everyone, welcome to the space that it is the Saturday Showdown. Huge implications here, KT versus DRX. Welcome everyone, Degon alongside Chronicler and Woodid. Welcome y'all.
I am so happy to be in a season of LCK where literally until the final day, every match still has repercussions. I think it's really cool. Can't wait to see what's going to happen here today. And this first match might end up setting the stage for tomorrow's DK versus Nongshim final decider. So who's going to make it out?
Yeah, I'm just so happy that even though we don't have the playoff, we still fight for the last spot of the Legend group. So it's still hype. I'm really excited.
Yes, very much so. Let's take a look at this matchup, which had implications changed just a little bit because of the results from yesterday's match, which we will not talk about.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird. You know,
I was watching at my home and oof, I'm glad I'm not there, you know?
Me too. I was watching it at my home too. All right. Well, KT, the roller coaster speeds towards the Legend group while DRX are trying to close out round 2 on a winning streak there in the upward trend. KT still fighting for that Legend group lifeline here as Nongshim have locked up their spot after the upset victory over T1. Here is the tiebreaker scenarios. Since D+ have a +1 game score over KT, there is more opportunities for them to lock in that Legends group, but there are 2 possibilities that lead to tiebreakers.
And it is insane to me to think that if DK had just 2-0 DNF yesterday, like they probably should have, they would have been in such a better spot. It would have made it, I think, a lot harder for KT to actually catch up reliably. We would have needed a 0-2 loss in case that KT doesn't make it happen today. I think most likely, if we're looking at the scenarios, DRX should get 2-0'd here by KT. And I think DK a win 2-1 is most likely. So that tiebreaker scenario, the best of 3, I think is what I'd be most confident towards. Now, it's KT, it's DK, it's Nongshim. We don't really know what's going to happen.
I'm just glad that we are talking about this matchup because actually we are talking about the KT and DK only, but for DRX, I think they have some motivation to actually drag the KT down by themselves, you know, to the Rise group, yeah.
Is it with the bros?
Yeah, that'll be in there with the bros. Well, again, DRX looking to be the emergency break stop for the KT roller coaster. If there is a tiebreaker, as you saw down there, it would be on Wednesday. Here is what the Legends group and Rise group looks like for round 3 through 5. And this is why it's still important for DRX. They need to get as many wins as they possibly can. They're already in the Rise group, but if you end up in 5th place or 4th place in that Rise group, your season is over.
We don't have the playoff between week 2 and week 3. We are going to have only 1 playoff at the end of the year. So I think it's going to be rough. If you're not in the playoffs, you're not going to be able to play League of Legends on stage for at least 4 months.
All right, well, with that said, let's take a look at some of the changes that the teams have made to find success here in round number 2. KT made changes all the way across the board and back again in the case of the Battle of the Ducks in the bot lane.
I still can't believe that all we needed for Perfect, for Peter, for Dokdam to reach their peak form was just a little bit of time in Challengers. The fact that Peter actually is performing better than Wei is something that is quite surprising. I do want to, that's something that we haven't really talked about that much, but Wei had a lot of hype behind him because of his performance in Challengers, and it has been Peter with his vibes and Perfect just being as good as he was when he debuted. I think he really had a sharp drop-off after playoffs in summer last year, and seeing him be back in form is a really big deal.
Yeah, after the break, I feel like he's the one that it brings a lot of changes for KT. I feel like him being consistent on the top lane helps KT a lot, especially when they have the powerful bot lane in this kind of meta. I feel like if your top lane can be really consistent, I can see that you can just put the resources on the bot lane and snowball from the bot lane in terms of objective controls.
And Peter, I think his Nico is actually the best in the LCK,
yes.
which is insane, right? We have a ton of really good supports, but he's the only one where I think it's genuinely worth to just ban it. Actually, don't let him have it. I think it's worth a priority ban, because KT as a team, as always, remains an enigma. If you come from the future, you tell us DRX beat them today. even though KT have looked so good in recent times, we would obviously believe it will be very funny, because against Gen G, they actually put up a very substantial fight. Was not enough, but we did get Gen G having to really kind of hunker down and rely on their micro and their team fighting. And KT, out of the 3 teams, I think KT still look better than Nongshim. Yet Nongshim is the only one that's already locked. It's so weird.
I mean, Nongshim beat T1.
2-0!
2-0, the world champs. I don't know. Well, if they want to find success today, do KT, it'll be on the back of this man. It is the Cuz meta. There were some cosmetic changes from week 1 through 5 to 6 through 9. Yes, I thought of that one earlier.
Yeah, we already talked about why it's Cuz meta, because of the Drake. You always have to fight for first Drake no matter what, because you cannot trade your grubs. So I feel like Cuz, he understands what's happening on the map, especially like when the Drake spawns, he's just going into the Drake pit in time. So I feel like it helps a lot of snowball for the KT.
I also think that Cuz actually is just playing well, and I think at the beginning he was kind of getting rid of his, I want to say Kwangnon, but it's now DNF slump, right? Like he spent that last year on the 2024 roster, obviously didn't do well. I think it took some time for him to really regain his form, because he was the reason why we were excited about this KT roster at the beginning of the year, because that 1-2 of Cuz and BDD, we have seen the heights that they can reach, and I think we're finally getting to see that consistently in every game.
Now, on the opposite side, DRX also made some changes, and funnily enough, the only position that didn't get changed between both squads was the jungle, as Sponge also stayed in throughout all these changes. But you look across the board, Yehu, Yukal, Lazyfield and Teddy earlier in the season, Andal, Depleta, back to Andal. It's just been very interesting how both these squads have made changes and gone back again.
Yeah, at the start of the season, Lazyfield filled up Teddy because Teddy was sick. But right now he's filling up that spot because he's better than him. I feel like he's the key that DRX was fighting for, which is consistent, and also we could see him like communicating proactively in the game, so which is I really like. So I really like him as personally.
Really, the biggest surprise is Yukal's drop-off. I think the change-up is warranted. I think Yehu coming in makes sense to me, because Yukal had such a breakout re-entrance into the LCK back during LCK Cup. So seeing him kind of have a big drop in form isn't too surprising, right? And I think the law of Sponge still holds true for this team, and we'll see, because against Cuz is a very tough ask to actually snowball the early game.
Yeah, one of the reasons why these squads have been able to make changes is because their Challenger League rosters have been brilliant. There's first and second place for both these teams, and we made a point earlier with D+, and during their slump, there was nowhere that they could look, but here you've got players on both sides that you feel like can sub in and do a good job.
Yes, when we talked about the DK, I think they couldn't actually like pick up the players because they're actually last place in the Challenger Series, so I feel like KT and DRX have more chance of like using their players on the LCK roster because they're actually having a great momentum in the CL right now.
And the only player on that current DK team that is good is also their jungler, which out of all the roles on DK, you're probably not going to replace. KT, I think, is also interesting because they have a lot of actual ex-LCK players. I like Youngjae, for example, is in that roster as well. And it really ends up paying off for them, as we see that Challengers is still the better training league compared to the LCK.
Yeah, the big win here earlier this week for DRX that, again, we've talked about this winning streak. It was over the Giga Chads. Heartbreaking
big win, he says, with pain in his heart.
It's okay. It was just setting up for a great Saturday after showdown against Gen G. Obviously, they'll come back with revenge, but DRX, they need all the momentum they can get, and they got a lot of it in this series against the Bros.
Yeah, we could see like Lazyfield popping up on his Senna, but at the same time, as Crony mentioned, I feel like Yehu was the one actively looking for the plays, setting up the control wards and the vision control like by himself. I was actually impressed by his performance because you cannot like normally see those kind of plays from like CL players, you know, like he sets up the vision control by himself and just cuts the Gwen in the right moment. I think that was the game changer for DRX at that match.
And the DRX team fighting is something that they have relied on a lot. DRX is still one of those teams where I feel like they're a little better than the score is showing. There was a couple of series which we should remember, because it nearly drove Orcs to insanity, where they just suddenly stopped playing the game and like did some something for, I don't even remember what it was, but it was a bad thing for Nexus trade, because generally you don't come out on top when it comes to trading that.
No, definitely not. Let's see what the coaches have to say about this matchup here, as we have both Coach Song and Score with the matchup. Oh, there's Ox. He's
still not over
look
it.
at that. He's remembering the Nexus for.
I'm sorry for
trade.
making you remember. Yeah, what was it? They went like 3 people on in Italy that just pounced off. Yeah. There were a lot of moments. It was not great.
I don't know, Crotty. Why would you do that and inflict such mental pain on one of our coworkers?
Well, I'm a DK fan, so I just feel like dishing out the pain that I feel on a daily basis to other people.
Okay. Well, we'll dive into that one later. Let's take a look at what. Oh,
okay, don't do this.
Oh, jeez.
I'm sorry, okay? Guys, you know how easy it is to guilt trip me. This is not cool. Okay? Now I feel bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Yeah. Chad isn't Cronny really mean? Make him feel bad. All right. Speaking of feel bad, one of these
already
teams
do.
will feel bad if they lose. Here's Score saying, despite being a rookie, Lazy Field's team fight positioning is impressive and hard to ignore. But like always, BDD will show up today. Our goal is not a 2-1, but a 2-0 victory. On the opposite side, World Championship winning Coach Song saying, we've prepared a clear game plan and direction. What matters is how well the players execute it in-game. Since every single win counts, we'll make sure to end our final match with a victory. Like that one there by Coach.
So they even echo it themselves. We are not in one of those LCK seasons where, you know, towards the end, whatever, you get a reset. There's no reset, right? Your score is going to carry over. Even single game scores can be a big difference maker, and you're going to face off against your direct competitors once that Rise and Legend group setup rolls around.
Yeah, and again, I think DRX can actually choose the opponent who you want to put in the Rise group. You know, if you actually win against KT today, I think it's a higher chance that KT is going to be in Rise group.
Yeah, remember, the magic scores for tiebreakers is a 2-0 victory for KT or a 2-1 victory for DRX. Those are the 2 ways we get tiebreakers. Otherwise, it'll just be done based off of score. Prediction time. I got KT, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Sonsung-nim. My Korean teacher really is a big DRX fan. I need to apologize, but I do think that the roller coaster is going up, and we make the predictions at the beginning of the week.
Let's be real, Dagon. You already waste your, you get 1 prediction freebie. You always use them on the bros. You can't use them here.
That's right.
And that's okay.
But that's not a freebie. It's just a good 1-on-1 week for the bros in the next match. Anyways, what's your prediction here, Cronny?
To the surprise of no one, I am also predicting KT. I think they look a lot better. This was also done again before KT's pretty admirable performance. I think right now they just look good.
All right.
And I also think KT is going to win. I already booked the ticket for a roller coaster, and I think it's going to be fun enough.
I requested the next graphic, and I just want to pull this just in case. I don't really want to comment on it. I would just like to have it, and we could just all look at it and think about how it makes us feel.
Oh dear.
Oh man.
So what do we feel when we see this?
I don't know. Chad, we need to know what you feel, because we've never had a full KT prediction all year
I'm just
long.
noticing.
You know
also,
what
they are
happened
9
yesterday?
and 8, and we know what equilibrium means to KT. It's the thing. When roller coasters go up, they must come down. And as Wadid said, this was the same prediction we had yesterday. For
Something happened yesterday, right?
Yeah.
With the same color.
Yep, that's yep. We're just gonna base our predictions off color in this one. Time to go. See you later. DRX vs KT starts right now.
Makes me stronger. 롤러코스터 어디까지 올라갈 거냐. 낮은 곳에서부터 올라가는 게 더 재밌을 수 있어요. 어엿한 서브팀으로서의 그 안정감을 갖춰나가고 있습니다.
DRX가 저게 확정됐다고 해서 져도 되는 건 없잖아요.
그러니까 이 선수들의 고점만 터져준다면 약한 팀이 없다 이런 얘기도 나오고 있거든요.
갈 길이 바쁜 두 팀 간의 대결이고요. 1승의 값어치가 정말 크다는 얘기겠죠.
DRX 파이팅! DRX 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Orcs. Together, we make the AA combo. And we are ready for some AA games. Not AAA games today, it's AA games. And we all know that they're the better ones, right? AAA games these days, they come out, they're all full of bugs, they're not quite finished yet. It's those AA games, those gems that you're really looking out for.
So true.
What's the most recent one that you've played? You reckon that you'd categorize as a AA game, a game that is extraordinarily good but doesn't necessarily have billions behind it? Something like Balatro, for example, is a decent one.
It's a good example. I'm trying to think what's the last one I've personally played though.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I haven't been.
You did play Baldur's Gate 3. Do you put that in AAA games or AA games?
I'd say that's true. They I mean, it's not like
They're
I'd say
doing
it's
AAA games right, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's kind of the way that one works. Anyway, let's have a look at the standings here because there's a lot to go over. KT going to be starting us off with their match against DRX. And the Space said some things towards the end of their pre-show segment there that were, I think in our opinions, just kind of straight up wrong. So we'll try and remedy that a little bit here. Just for example, saying that with KT having a full prediction lineup of everyone saying KT will win is like the first time that's happened. I think we've seen that happen before. They've faced off against DNF twice. And I think that may have also happened then. But let's have a look at this. DRX have not been very good at beating KT.
no. Bit of a struggle. In fairness, DRX have struggled generally beating a lot of teams over this period. And, you know, there has been times where KT has struggled within that time period. At the moment, they're doing pretty good. But this is an important match for them. Hypes are high. Hype is high for them, which can sometimes work against KT.
It doesn't necessarily bode the best. However, I have the perfect counter-argument. Because KT, it's not necessarily about them bucking the expectations, right? It's not like as soon as you predict something, like, look at this. It's all KT predicted. The thing is, KT it's not about whether they're going to win on the day. It's whether or not you can have the most depressing outcome still available. And even with a 2-0 for KT, the most depressing outcome is well and truly still available.
Oh, would that be so they get the 2-0 and then D plus 2-0?
Exactly. Because there are a couple of ways that we can get some tiebreakers. We'll go over that after we've had the player walkouts. And yeah, I'm like, you can see the smirk on Dokdam's face. I think KT knows that they're in great form right now, that things are looking really good. And you know how much that matters? About 0 if DK manages to get a 2-0. Or even if they get a 2-1 the following day and then win a tiebreaker against KT afterwards.
That would be the biggest heartbreaker. I think the tiebreaker timeline.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a little bit sad.
And then they end up in 6th and then go to MSI and win the whole thing. Then to return to the Rise group, the very unlikely possibility that could happen would be very funny.
It would.
That'd be PKT.
It would be absolutely PKT, but they need to get through DRX here first. A different lineup to what they faced in the first round robin. In fact, the entirety of the bottom side of the map has just been completely transformed.
And so going to be a little bit of a different experience here as once again we're having a look at Cuz versus Sponge. Yeah, Cuz has been having a round out, you could say. LCK first in kill participation at 15 and just overall, this guy is a monster.
He's been playing so well. You know, it was talked about it being Cuz meta, and I feel like sure, yes, the champions that have been played at the moment are good for him, but I don't even think that does justice for like how well he is playing at the moment.
Yeah.
And we're still seeing a good amount of the picks that were relevant in round 1 as well. It just feels like the team's come together and Cuz has been that driving force for this roster, making such a massive impact. And I'm a little bit concerned for Sponge because we've said this whole season long, he's been very feast to famine.
Yeah.
If he's having a good game, he will pop off. If he's not having a good game, he looks really underwhelming. And against Cuz, it is hard to have a good game.
I would agree. I think Rich as well has been relying on things like the Scion towards the top side of the map, playing far more utility and facilitation. And I don't know whether that's necessarily going to work because Perfect has been really upping his game more recently on KT. And we just showed you Cuz's stats, man. Like they play for the top side of the map all the time. Cuz supporting his solo lanes, BDD and Perfect looking much better for it. And it might be a more difficult time for the top side of the map for DRX. We'll see whether Lazyfield can find more of that magic that he's been finding in some of these matches, especially against Bro earlier in the week. It was a great look for him, having a look at the bottom lane here right now.
Yep, did get that POM as well.
Yeah.
Very impressive, some great play on the Senna and the Kai'Sa. See what he can do this time as well.
And we just need to reiterate, because this is going to be the most important thing that we're going to be talking about all day long, and that is going to be tiebreaker implications and who still has stakes left remaining. KT and DK are those two teams still vying between Legend Group and Rise Group. Basically, the way that you have to think about it is KT are 1 point behind DK. So they either need to win a series and DK loses a series. It's a very clear-cut way to avoid the Rise Group, or they need to be a point ahead and then win a tiebreaker, as in like finish this week a point ahead, or they just straight out they're just a point ahead even afterwards. So there is some possibilities here. A 2-0 for KT here today.
Yeah.
The likely outcome, if we then have a 2-1 for DK in tomorrow's matches, then it's a tiebreaker. However, if both of them lose, there is another tiebreaker opportunity.
That's the thing. If KT don't get a 2-0, then D+ has to lose. And,
yeah,
you know, they have to lose. There's no possibility of a tiebreaker, so...
But if KT 2-0s here, and then DK lose, it's fine. You know, it's like just winning. Let's just focus on KT needing to win.
Just win.
I think that is
it's
the main
simple.
thing.
Just win. Just
and
win.
Things become out of their hands.
It's that
if they don't do
straightforward.
that.
Yeah.
But there's no way that KT can like win here and then avoid any sort of issues, right? It's not like the Nongshim situation where we saw they locked Legend Group with that victory over T1. KT can't do that. Their life isn't in their hands. They just need to make it as difficult as possible for DK.
Yeah. Do you see KT blocking that early Gwen? Rumble Jace already taken up the cards, so he's picking a really good position. Interesting that DRX banning those out and setting up this Gwen pick to be in a great position. Then opting for the Azir with Talia open. So Trundle locked up, sure, but KT can just take the Talia for BDD. He's going to feel really comfortable about that.
Yeah, that is a really odd decision. Pantheon is banned, so it's not Talia Pantheon, so I guess there's that. But it's Talia Wukong, right? They can still do that.
Yeah, presumably. I think that makes the most sense. Probably don't want to play Talia Xin Zhao into Trundle. The Xin Zhao just struggles a bit there, but I think the Wukong's completely fine.
This is
very
odd.
comfortable on that pick. Yeah, not the decision. I just think we've seen Azir struggle so much into the Talia. We've seen really this be the matchup favored into towards the Talia so often.
We've
Actually
also
opting
seen
to look towards maybe the Xin Zhao though.
And that's not a great matchup into the Trundle, like you mentioned before. We've seen Azir's just struggle in general here in the LCK, but especially into the Talia. So the Xin will still be locked in.
I was feeling confident on it. Well, you do have the double circles with the Gwen.
Yep.
A lot of power there. And I think KT still pretty happy with how things have panned out. Now for DRX, what is their plan to go up against the Gwen for a top lane option?
I think this is so hard because you can't really pick Sion. You imagine that Rich probably wants to play the Sion, but not going to be happening this time around as there is a blast from the past. It's a prehistoric pick in the Gnar.
Yeah, I feel a little underwhelmed so
Yeah.
far by what DRX have locked in. We'll see what they can do with the rest of the draft though. Coming into the next phase, they do have a bit of an advantage with being on red side here, being able to have first choice when they come to the next stage. And again, no AD carries banned yet. Still have that Callista open, still have like the Varus open. Alistar's still open and available as well. See what they opt for here. I think honestly KT might end up just banning away the Alistar, maybe even the Senna as well. Two things I think DRX can get a lot of value from.
Well, we'll just have to see. As first the Rakan, and then we've got some bans to come through on KT's side. I'm seeing that Score is looking a little bit perturbed, you know? Feel like there's some stress there, understanding that there is so much on these players' shoulders right now, and then it is all out of their hands as they wait to see the outcome between DK and Nongshim in tomorrow's match. Nongshim just coming off that 2-0 over T1 does make KT fans feel a little bit better, but maybe it doesn't, because KT fans don't often feel better. And we all know the most depressing outcome for this week's games is if KT look amazing today. 2-0, clean, gorgeous, and then none of it matters because DK just 2-0s tomorrow. That is the most KT outcome, right? So I think KT fans, you can feel free to get enthusiastic, right, about today's match because it may not matter at all. Senna and the Alistar both going to be taken away here on the blue side, as Rakan and Callista are going to be the follow-up bans here, as the Jhin, a consideration for Doctarm, just going to be standing aside to allow the rest of his team to carry a little bit in some of these fights. Certainly works out when you've got a Talia and a Gwen.
Yep, think it's a good pickup. And then in terms of support options, maybe like the Rel makes the most sense. Actually looking potentially towards Leona. They end up locking that up. Fair enough.
Picking Leona into the Trundle is odd.
Yeah. I guess maybe they're a little concerned about like... You know, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I don't know. And like we know Score is like, he played in the Trundle jungle meta. Like he knows exactly what's going on. So it's, look, I find it weird. They just kind of ignored Sponge.
They just don't care. They just want to engage. You know, we have the lockdown. We'll just kill them anyway. And I think overall, you know, KT, I think the first three pretty strong. I think, you know, they denied the Alistar, they denied the Senna, which I think could have given them some problems. They have the Jhin Leona, which is a lot of setup for the rest of the team. I think they have a pretty solid draft with what they came through here. And I'm a little bit concerned for DRX in this game. I think there's a lot more tools on the side of KT. And I'm kind of looking for Sponge to have a strong early start with this Trundle. See if we can get some value, maybe some early ganks. But it's, yeah, not the most convincing draft I've seen in a game one. They are on red side, which doesn't exactly help things out. But I'm just a little bit concerned the Azir Gnar doesn't inspire joy.
Look at Sponge just being so buff as the SpongeBob. That's one of my favorite memes. Like the amount of like creativity with these fan signs, the interactive fan signs as well. It's like a pop-up book now. It just instantly, as soon as a book goes from a regular book to a pop-up book, it's just automatically way better.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got in fan signs now.
You read a lot of pop-up books?
When I was a kid, not really. I looked at them.
But you read a lot now?
Yeah, heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the time. Every time there's a pop-up book. Let's get into the game.
미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. KT fans, just remember that no matter what happens, none of this is in KT's control, right? Feel free to just lose your minds if you want. Curses don't even matter.
All right, Chronicler.
Even though they are real. They are real.
Okay.
However, the biggest curse would be if KT looks amazing today.
Yeah.
And then still can't make it into the Legend group. That's how it goes. Because it's really interesting, right? Because it is all based on how consistently you play throughout the season. And this year especially, with the fact that we don't have any of the score resets, it's even more important, right, to be as consistent as possible. And it's so funny that now KT are looking fine, but they just don't have the consistency. And it's in their tagline. They're searching for consistency. It's what they've been talking about all year long. Before this season even started, that's been their goal. And it might just be a lack of consistency that gets them into the Rise group instead of the Legend group.
Could be.
They are focusing on the right thing. However, they just haven't achieved their goal in time.
It just makes you think, though, that massive win streak they had, some of the teams they took down, how important that was to even have chances.
Yeah, true.
Have a chance now. Do you see Rich struggling a little bit? Perfect for level 2 advantage. Pressure bot lane as well. And that's the thing, you know, I feel like sometimes you have a game where like one side has, you know, lane matchup advantages and the other team you're like, well, yes, but the other team has like a scaling advantage or you feel favor in how the team fight's going to go. And I think DRX has massive advantages in lane. And really, I think Sponge has to find some way to sort of shake things up, really, if things are going to go heavily in their favor. 6 loss streak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're starting to see why BDD didn't go for the first pick Azir and instead elected to look for the Taliyah side of it.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that win rate is not looking fantastic. It was actually... last time I saw it was when BDD actually did pick the Azir and then lost, as we just saw on that graph. Bit of a 1-2 punch coming out from Dr. in trade here as Rich. Going aggressive, but as these trades continue, Gwen does feel a bit better, especially in melee range. Perfect playing okay for the moment, as we just see a bunch of CS just go missing. That was a bit weird.
Sponge just walk over reward, so Vision given over. Perfect knows not to step up and do anything crazy. Oh!
Okay, Cuz is moving in, looking for an angle here as LazyFeel immediately going to cleanse. Maybe a little bit early, but there's the flash forward from Dr. on the dancing grenade as Andil is held in position. And even BDD is down here. He might even be able to grab himself the kill. As there it is, the threaded volley comes down, takes 2 turret shots for his trouble, but that is first blood to KT. Now Perfect, seeing whether he can survive. Great flash to get himself out of the way of Sponge. Still, there's a big minion wave, though, and I don't know whether the Gwen is completely out of the woods. However, that bit of damage against Rich may have done it. So some survival for KT, but first blood for them on the other side of the map.
Yeah, really well played there by Perfect. And the rest of KT playing super aggressive around bot lane to force that play. BDD getting rewarded for the roam with that kill. And we see PDF forces really hard here. Doesn't get the CC onto Andal, flashes in a LazyFeel, gets the cleanse, puts the ignite in. Ductum doesn't quite have the damage to kill. They just turn on Andal. And then even with the flash coming out, Andal can't get away. And that's kind of the point you know how dead Andal was there. BDD TPing in just to pick that one up. Before she took the tower hit, so loses a bit of health before going to lane. But he's happy to have picked up that kill. Speaking of which...
Maybe less happy now, as he does have to use the flash. Peter now running out of Eclipse. Will be backing away. So Yehu going to be able to get a nice little shove in as BDD does go back home once more. Has a fair bit of money in his back pocket to spend. So he will be able to collect a little bit more before he does come back. Some shoes, perhaps.
Do you see both teams swapping towards that top side? A lot of discussion about this in recent weeks, about these swaps. At about 5 minutes, some teams opting to go for it, some teams opting again, some teams opting to prioritize Dragon instead. But both teams right now moving up towards the top side.
Yeah. It does look like Grubs are going to be a little bit of a focus here. You can imagine that DRX does want to play around side lanes quite a lot this game. The Gnar can certainly be a big menace.
Yeah, and Rich now has a pretty big farm lead over Perfect. You know, despite the fact that the gank didn't kill Perfect, he did obviously put him in an uncomfortable position. Wasn't able to pick up all of that farm when he was in the tower. And Rich burned his TP to get towards the bot lane and pick up some extra waves. So Perfect down about 10 CS as of now, about 500 gold.
Yep. And still, more pressure does come in. There is the Gnar. Off the back of the crush is gorgeous as Perfect. Getting a bunch of health back, but isn't going to be able to make that one work as Sponge tanks up the turret. One last shot would have done it, but it doesn't actually come through, and he gets out pretty comfortably. If at first you don't succeed, just come back and kill him.
Yeah, good gang coming out. Rich setting up really well, able to find Perfect. And Cuz is going to take this angle to pick up this dragon, banking on the resets coming through on this timer, so You know, Sponge was pretty low after tank the tower hits. He's actually on top of a control ward and just doesn't care.
Just
not even take the time to clear it. Yeah.
Wow. That is confidence right there. You love to see it. But with mid control, you can understand exactly why he has that level of confidence. Let's have a look at this one more time as Rich just goes for the jump. And perfect. Not a lot of opportunity. The needlework was almost enough to get him enough health back, but just not quite.
It was so close. If he had the level 6 a little bit sooner, or maybe survived a little bit longer, maybe could have killed Sponge, but just didn't quite come through soon enough. We do see the Dragon, though, picked up by KT, so Cuz taking a good opportunity to capitalize on the situation and pick up that objective. But this top lane matchup, you know, if you are picking Gnar into Gwen, you kind of need this to happen. So definitely a good start for DRX in that regard. Getting a bit of an advantage in that matchup.
Yep, Peter down a level, as we can see there. Endel did only just hit level 5, but KT to figure things out here. And he goes in. Deadly Flourish going to be the follow-up here onto LazyFeel, who takes a little bit of damage. Dancing Grenade not quite enough to get on top of the Varus, though, as VDD over the wall. And there are plays happening on both sides of the map right now. Seismic Shove goes wide, and in fact, everything does.
Yeah, a little bit of an ambitious one. Was hoping maybe to catch LazyFeel out before his flash came up unavailable, but it kind of just traps him under his turret.
Yeah.
And BD will go back to lane.
So with that one shoving in, he does need to get over there and pick up that money. No harm, no foul, though, of course. You do move relatively quickly as long as you are beside a wall. And so BDD gets over, does have a cannon there. Oh, misses it. How many cannons are being missed today? This is ridiculous.
That one hit, really.
Yeah, it really did. Although, I don't know, the one under the turret from Perfect just prior to that, that was also very hard to watch. All right, guys, get our eyes in. We need to make sure that there's not too many -1s. Like, the chat is only going to be -1s. And we don't want that. We don't want a binary chat, you know? Like, I guess they don't type zeros that often, so it is just the one side.
Every time a minion's taken, I guess a minion would be +1. Or would it be 0? Because if
I mean, I'm ignoring the minuses and the pluses as far as the binary thing is, because I don't think that there are pluses and minuses in binary.
So it's just, there's just no...
Unless you're doing binary math.
I think we're getting a little bit into the weeds on this
I think we might be, and I don't know enough about it. As LazyFeel does take a Dancing Grenade to the head, that doesn't feel that great. Thank you very much, chat, by the way, for the zeros. The zeros really do feel good. It's great to see that you've joined in on the bit. Otherwise, it just wouldn't have made any sense to anyone.
I mean, that's one of my favorite things, is when at some rare moments, you know when you have on the overlay, when you look at the gold between lanes, oh, I think we're going to fight here.
Perhaps.
Nope.
Oh, never mind.
Out. But you know
They're getting a walk away.
You have the gold between lanes, and obviously it's like red and blue to show which side is the advantage. Sometimes there'll be a rare moment, and it's like the eye of the storm, you know, when there's just like this still aspect, where there'll be like a 0, where both lanes are like dead even, and it always just catches my attention. I'm hoping now that it happens this game.
Fingers crossed. I don't know. I'm hoping for a lot of things. And the main thing is...
You're hoping for maximum chaos, I know you are.
No, I'm just hoping that someone gets a cannon minion on screen soon. That's what I want.
It's a simple request. I know Jonas Strong is also hoping for that.
I know, he's searching for it. He's like, oh no, this isn't even a cannon wave. What are we doing here? Captive audience is not going to find a teleporting target. As we've got teleports all over the map. It actually kind of looked weird, right? Oh, is Chain's Corruption? Hello? Okay. Never mind. Rich teleported to the top lane, but it looked like he was teleporting to the mid lane, but that was actually Yehu that was teleporting to the mid lane, but the trajectory of the teleporting Gnar was also flying straight over the mid lane out of turret. That was very interesting. Very cool. Pillar of Filth up here is, that is, I know, now Pillar of Frost, but this is the traditional Trundle skin, and so it is, once again, Pillar of Filth.
Thanks for tuning to the classics, you know? I feel like the Trundle skins, we've had the spooky Trundle skin recently, we had the esports fan Trundle skin. Haven't seen a traditional Trundle skin recently.
Yeah, I feel like it's like, Cuz definitely likes the cool new skin, the edgy one.
Yeah.
And it is pretty cool. All right, there's a Seismic Shove. Sponge demonstrating how cool the Trundle is as he dies. Unfortunately, Subjugate not going to be helping him out there. And the Troll King will go down. So KT 1 kill away from locking down those feats of strength. As Yehu flashes right on the edge, but the slow's still going to catch him. Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing. And there it is, your feats of warfare going over to KT. Going from strength to strength here in this early game.
Yeah, a lot of value coming out there, able to catch Yehu on the back end as well. And now BDD going to be able to get some pressure mid. We also see Cuz, big recipient there, picking up the Sundered Sky. Sponge, just kind of walking into this one. There's no real other way to spin this.
Yeah.
And does just run out of health.
Maybe that was the problem. He just thought he had more health to work with.
Yeah, and you know, that is a play you can go for. Not one that is generally recommended.
If you plan on being a tank, though, it's all about how much of your health bar you can utilize. Because otherwise, you're not doing your job very effectively.
You do generally want to keep above 0, though.
Yeah.
Which,
but I mean, he did use 100% of his health bar.
Yeah, he did.
In that play.
He did make use of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire today as well. Bit of a shout out there. We're ready to groove tonight.
Yep, we do have the boots coming in for KT. The boot upgrades, feats of strength. Well, only for BDD. He was the only one actually with the boots completed so far.
They got the feats of strength too early.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate to see it. That's all right. Here's cannon. Here's cannon. Here's cannon. Oh, Lazy feels so got it. Look at this. Oh, that was amazing. +1s in the chat. Come on.
Good work.
There we go.
It's all coming up DRX.
That was beautiful to watch. In the meantime, there are no cannons up here towards the top side, saving Perfect from what could have been another difficult time there. Sponge and Cuz just doing battle. Seismic Shove is there, and maybe this matchup is fine for the Xin Zhao if there is always a Talia to back him up.
Yep. We just keep seeing BDD being first to move in these situations. The follow-up coming through, and Sponge is not having a good time.
All right, flash out of the way here from Perfect. It looked kind of cute, but in the end, Rich just gets a flash.
BDD's coming, though. Rich is low in HP, no Mega Gnar.
Oh, dear. Well, BDD is just going to walk in. Perfect could be in a little bit of trouble. He is dead. That is still the kill going over to BDD.
You know, someone in that dive had a bit more HP than someone else. Also,
are we going to talk about utilizing our health as a resource again?
Yeah, I think we are. I think also someone has a little bit longer range and can start hitting the
Someone
target.
was further away from the turret.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think perhaps could have been the one to tank first. But we'll talk about this play first. So Cuz jumps on a Sponge, and then Sponge gets flipped, and that's the end of him. But yeah, here, so I'm not sure if it was a miscommunication or if BDD, just the fact he kind of missed the E. I'm not sure who the mistake came down to. Well, whether it was Perfect going too soon, or it was BDD missing, or saying like, I've got it.
Or maybe KT just assumed that one of them was going to die anyway, and they felt like the 1-for-1 trade would be worth it regardless.
Yeah.
And so they're like, oh, let's not waste time, just kill him and shove the turret.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was.
They just said...
They're 3,000 gold ahead, so I guess maybe it's fine. As another Seismic Shove connects, and this is actually, it's so rude of BDD, to be perfectly honest, because we always talk about his Azir, but his Talia has always been phenomenal. As Peter tries to get over that wall, Seismic Shove, Solar Flare, everything in the kitchen sink, and Andel's dead.
That was slick. That was pretty nice from Peter there, following up with the CC on the back end with the ult.
And these Seismic Shoves are like, they're all landing, yes, but there's always a Solar Flare. There's a knock-up from a Xin Zhao. The setup for the Talia is absurd.
Yeah, and now BDD 4-0-2 on this pick. 2-0-2 for Cuz as well. These two super strong right now, taking over this game. It's a 3,000 gold lead already, and we emphasize the importance for KT.
Yep.
Not just of winning this series, but winning every game, and they are taking that very seriously.
They certainly are. If they even win with a 2-1, then they require DK to lose the series against Nongshim, which is entirely possible with how they played yesterday and the fact that Nongshim are coming off a victory against T1. So KT's chances not all over. Their fate is no longer in their hands based on that victory for Nongshim earlier on. Rich and Perfect facing off. Not going to find too much more. But yeah, it is. It's all coming up KT in this early game. And just remember, if you are a KT fan and you're thinking, oh, why are these commentators being so positive for KT? That is so biased against them. I'd just like to say that even if they win this, they look clean, everything's great, the most depressing timeline is still available. Okay, so it's fine.
I don't think that's inspiring much joy.
No, it's not. That's the point. That's why we can be excited if we want to. As Perfect is going to trade some ultimates with Yehu here towards top side and gets the cannon. There we go. Plus ones.
You know what?
Plus ones.
That's character growth right there.
Oh, yeah. Got a decent trade. Got the cannon. That's the main thing. All right, no one actually going to hop in the Rift Herald this time around, as Docdom also starting to do a fair bit of damage, and LazyField going to get tagged. In goes Cuz, and just obliterates him. Sponge trying to get himself out of the way, and now the curtains have been called. And the answer is, I'm leaving, I guess. Sponge going to be able to flash to get himself out of the way. Flash for ult, you'll take that as another seismic shove, of course, is going to land. Rich, what are we doing there? I'm not entirely sure, maybe going for a little bit of a flank angle here, but now there is nowhere safe on the map for DRX.
This just isn't even looking close at the moment. KT completely taking over the game, setting the pace. Gonna be looking to pick up that third dragon as well here. Second tower of the game will go down to Perfect.
Oh, clean 2-0, nothing to see here, right?
Oh,
right, what?
You're tempting fate, Max.
Oh, we just...
There's only so much you can be excused for.
I know, I really should stop. I did the experiment last time, you know, where I actually did just get excited for KT.
I'm not Chronicle, you don't need to run this experiment with me, okay?
It's my apologies, I'm gonna calm down. As this was just KT destroying DRX at every instance.
Yeah. It's looking like a bit of a roughy toughy.
A roughy toughy indeed.
Yeah.
Man, haven't heard that one in a hot minute. Good old roughy toughy. Oh, you hate it when you're having a roughy toughy. When was your last roughy toughy day?
My last roughy toughy day? Probably yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday was a bit of a roughy toughy, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, you were desking as well.
Yeah.
You had to wear those sunglasses at the same time. Got a bit of a dive here onto Perfect, who flashes out of the way of the Nub. The Needlework is doing so much. And the Deadly Flourish, not so much. As Sponge takes so much damage here from Docdom, who's just going to try and stand his ground. And stand his ground he does. Cuz comes on over. What the hell is this Xin Zhao damage? He's got 2 items complete. Just eviscerates the Rel.
Yeah, he is shredding everyone on the enemy team. And Perfect is just kind of he's just a punching bag, honestly, at this point. He is there
to make... engage.
Yeah, he is there to make DRX feel better and to be a bit of a bait, and he's trying his hardest, you know, he's really trying to turn this around. Unfortunately, the rest of KT is there to pick up pieces. Docdom will kill Sponge, and then Cuz just kinda does that.
And most of the time when you see a Xin Zhao come in and get the knock-up, you're like, oh, he's setting up for the AD carry. But no, he just does all the damage himself.
Well, he does have AD, and he is carrying, so I think he is setting up for the AD carry.
Maybe that's what he is.
Yeah.
He is just the AD carry. The other guy is more of an AD mage.
Yeah, I would say so.
Or like reload.
Honestly, it'd be kind of Giga Chad if Cuz went the Boots of Swiftness as well with the upgrade, just for the maximum AD. I'd love to see it. Doubt we'll get it. Would love to see it.
Yeah, definitely would be. That would be the optimal choice.
You know what, Perfect? You just stay in that brush. You don't need to leave it. You have a good old time there.
Yep. Or going further away. That also doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah.
Just throwing things around. There is a lot of friends for Rich on this bottom side, and KT are going to respond by just taking Arakan. Looks like this inner turret will go down. That is actually going to be a lot of money going over to DRX.
I mean, this is 100% the right call from DRX, and the fact that this is able to happen, a little bit criminal from KT.
Yeah.
Because it is actually a massive influx of gold for DRX.
Yeah.
And yeah, still get Arakan, but we've kind of seen that Arakan isn't that crazy valuable. I will say they have a lot of petals.
That was very
but even so, like, you know, when you're trading in a situation like this, when one team is so far ahead, it's really favorable for the team who are behind. So I think DRX doing a good move there to pick up a good amount of gold. That being said, the game is still in a pretty terrible position, so
yeah,
not out of the woods yet.
Yep, 4,000 is the approximate lead.
I do have
KT.
a little trick though.
What's that,
Max? So you take your hand,
all right,
put it on the screen.
Where on
the cover? It's on the scoreboard at the bottom.
All right.
If you cover the bottom 4/5 of the scoreboard and
oh my god,
top lane,
Wow, that's a huge gold lead for DRX.
Yeah, 1.2k between Gwen and
Oh
Na.
my god.
Looks pretty good.
Oh no, I took my, I went
Oh no,
down
leave
one.
your hand there. You gotta leave your hand there, yeah.
Oh, whoopsies.
Yeah.
That's my bad. But here we go. Looking at Rich on the screen right now, the man with that big gold advantage.
Well, actually, because of the Atakan, he's actually down in levels. No,
Oh no, but you can't see that on the bottom side of the
That's
screen. So
true.
we've also cropped out both of the sides and the top.
Yeah.
And we are just seeing the gameplay, the top of the heads of the players, and the top side of the map. As far as like the mini map is concerned, and that one layer of good news for DRX.
I feel good about that.
Yeah, DRX fans do as well. And Peter, he doesn't. He wants to try and get perfect a bit of an advantage.
I will say, Peter did go Aftershock. We've seen a lot of Spellbook recently, but it's particularly into Trundle.
Yeah.
Like Peter,
They really didn't care about
ultim, get the resists. I want to see it.
Yeah, well, he doesn't really need to. A Seismic Shove just going to throw him away. Peter is still trying to walk it off, gets a big old shield, but he is still dead.
He doesn't need to do it, but it's cool to see when Trundle gets like 1,000,000 resists.
I know.
Leona gets like negative resists.
Well, KT are probably not going to be fighting for this dragon. Seismic.
Oh, no,
never
they
mind.
are. They are.
They certainly are. Deadly Flourish holds Andal in position. Andal was going for a flank. Little did he know, instead he was going to just die. And now the curtains have been called. Emperor's Divide just to try and get rid of Cuz, who is immortal, quite actually, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect going to get his revenge, as it's a triple, make it a quadra for BDD. He just needs one more, as Rich throws them against the wall. He really doesn't want BDD to pick this one up, as Doctom's tanking the turret. They're chasing him down. They need to tag him. The Deadly Flourish needs to land. It's a Seismic Shove that connects, and BDD gets the Penta. Well, sort of. It doesn't get announced, but we'll give it to him in spirit.
Oh, tragic. You know, because it's still kind of early in the game, when the respawn comes through, Andal being very low level doesn't count as a Penta. A little bit sad for BDD.
Yeah, Rich denies it by taking too long to die.
And Andal for respawning a little bit too quickly. So, you know,
Yeah.
a little bit sad. I think BDD...
I'm going to give it to him. That's an honorary Penta, you know? Is it all about the announcer, you know? Is that really what dictates whether or not it's a pentakill?
Yes.
I know. I was in the middle of saying that. I was like, hang on a second. Yes.
I think, yeah, because Andal died really early on. And again, he's level 8, so he respawns in like 26 seconds. So just a little bit too soon.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, Rich surviving so long.
어 펜터?
We're going to see the reaction. He's calling for the Penta.
Yep. And he just flashes on top of him.
펜타 줄 사람. 몸대 안 줘도 돼.
Can
알아대.
anyone give me a Penta, please?
W 몇 초?
Yeah, when's your W? Please, 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 land it, land it, land it. That was a nice shove. Didn't
안 돼.
A little bit too late.
아!
Oh, BDD.
Tragic.
Yep.
Really tragic.
Still, I believe, having a pretty good time. As now, how do we make it look good for DRX now, Orcs? Please.
Thinking.
Time travel? Time travel.
Oh, yeah, time travel.
Time travel might be it. As you might say, just time travel back to 2022. But this matchup wasn't even good then,
Yeah.
unfortunately. It was better when it was international. As Perfect just going to dash over the wall. Needlework comes out. Yahoo, I don't know whether you're winning this one. It's a 2-item Gwen. Still gets back towards the Sundisk. You will at least live in this moment. As KT, they want to live in this moment as well. This is a good one.
That is the weakest member of KT against like the strongest member of DRX.
Yeah.
In terms of laners at least. So yeah, I mean that still goes in favor of KT. But I fear if it was a weaker member of DRX and a stronger member of KT, it's a little bit...
All right, Andal is just going to get closed in on by everyone. He tries to crash away, but the Seismic Shove is there. Still, the Flash will do it. Gets him out of dodge. And Perfect just going to be playing on the other side. They've got 3 grubs at the same time, so this turret is not going to be long for the world. And he gets the cannon. +1's in chat. We are really turning things around when it comes to the cannon scenario.
A lot easier when you have more damage. And he will just massacre this turret. And now Rich, yeah, 2 levels down. And a lot of gold down. And now you can't even, you can't even do the map, the hack I had, the scoreboard cover.
Yeah, no, you can't.
No.
It's now looking just as bad as it was the other way around.
You know what? You talked about time travel.
Yeah.
I think everyone assumed traveling back in time, but there's an alternative.
Oh.
Traveling forwards in time to next game.
Oh, they can do that though. You know what? I just want to remind everyone that we are all time travelers.
Yep.
We are traveling in time right now.
We are.
And DRX, they're doing it. They're moving one step closer to the next game with every passing second.
That's the thing is, you may think sometimes that DRX can play inconsistently, but they do travel in time consistently.
They do. In fact, that's something that we all do. Congratulations, everyone. We're all fantastic time travelers. All right, all jokes aside, DRX are in a really rough spot, and they do want to get towards game number 2.
If they could speed up their time travel, I am looking. It's 2.5 minutes till Elder Dragon. That is a way to speed up the time travel a little bit.
There we go. I thought we were all consistently traveling in time.
No.
Speeding it up, that's a new thing.
That is a new thing, so a little Elder flip.
All right, Perfect trying to get some of his revenge here as Rich just runs away. BDD's 9-0-3, man.
Because when Titanic Hydra as well.
He is actually an 80 carry. My God, the damage is revolting.
Such a Giga Chad build.
Oh, I've seen that build in solo queue. Like, that's the one. It's like, how many items have AD and health? I must build them all.
You literally just jump on the animated carry, you press every single button on your keyboard, and they die, and you just walk away with your ult active, like
feeling amazing.
No responsibility, like no response possible.
All right, Deadly Flourish not going to connect there onto Sponge, but Sponge, I don't think going to get anywhere near this Baron, which is going down very, very quickly.
Oh, Yahoo!
Okay, Yahoo does find an angle here onto Doctarm, who does get stabbed. The Baron is probably going to go down as Peter's just trying to keep Yahoo out of that pit. Oh, doesn't quite get in there. BDD trying to kite them out as well as Sponge making his way in because the raid boss himself is going to try and protect his last remaining carry. That's BDD who flashes towards Sponge. Double kill, make it a triple here for Perfect. Is it his turn for a penta, ladies and gentlemen? As LazyFeel flashing out of the way, but Perfect is just going to skip after him, run him with
Where's his penta?
Dangerous, and his penta is right here, going back to base.
Yeah, BDD is looking. I don't think Perfect is as bothered.
Oh, he doesn't choose the right path. Oh no, the choose your own adventure book. That is not the path he wanted to go to.
Yeah, so some members of KT, a little bit overconfident, do end up getting punished here. Lockdown gets shuffled in, taken out. Peter, 1v5 in this situation. But unfortunately, Sponge can't get there in time to take down the Baron. And then it's a little bit of shenanigans.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good punish from DRX. They're still trying to make this game happen. They're still trying to, find opportunities. And it is a big influx of gold.
Oh my God, the Gwenning.
Yeah.
He did so much Gwenning.
This is kind of the problem is that, even if you do have an advantage in lane against a Gwen, she eventually is a Gwen.
Yeah, and in fact, she's a Gwen the whole time. That's the worst part.
Just become more Gwen though. As the game.
The levels of Gwen do increase.
And you look at the build. This is a very sharp scissors build.
God,
this is
notice. When did the Lich Bane and Storm Surge come in? What?
It's pretty crazy.
That looks like he's just very angry. It's
this
like
is a lot
revenge.
This is a lot of solo queue energy.
In the meantime, the Elder has been started. Let's have a look at what's going to happen here as Sponges gets slowed down, zoned out of the pit. That's going to go to KT. Emperor's Divide goes wide. And I didn't mean for that to rhyme, nor did the Leona mean to go down, but she did. It's going to be the trade, though, as now Yahoo could be in a little bit of trouble. Rich held in position. Seismic Shove throws him away as the big angry dragon that is BDD will take down his opposite number. Perfect also getting a little bit of dopamine after things were not going so well. And KT, I think, are going to look towards time traveling into game number 2 pretty quickly here with these Nexus turrets next to go down.
Yeah, well, it took a little bit longer to get this game finished. I think KT very confident in this game, though, in the outcome. DRX tried to...
In the end, Perfect had the biggest gold advantage, by the way. I will have you know, he Gwenned extraordinarily hard.
He absolutely did. BDD unfortunately denied his true penta, but you know, he did some gaming.
He did. He certainly did.
Very clearly know what they need to do. They know they need a 2-0. We saw it said in the coach statement before the series, and they're playing like they are gonna get that 2-0. So DRX, they will have side selection in this game too. They need to come up with something a little bit better to be able to find an upset here.
They absolutely will. KT continuing on their upswing, and I think I'd probably, like we say continuing, they're coming off a loss, but that loss was against Gen G. It was a very close series. BDD, unbelievable. No notes as far as the Taliyah was concerned, and I think DRX probably going to be looking at that saying, could we have stopped him from picking Taliyah? And the answer is yes, you really could have. It was a first pick Gwen. They got it in the 3rd round. So maybe next time, a little bit more consideration for some of the power picks here on the side of KT, and DRX might be in better standing. Remember, guys, this is all about getting KT to the Legend Group. It is going to be out of their control. DK might be a more difficult task for them, though, if this 2-0 does come true. Going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down. Then we'll have that second game.
막게. 나 앞으로 다시 볼게요. 길게도 얘기해줘. 피 몇이야, 피 몇? 내가 막할게. 버스. 막게 했어. 야, 아지라. 보자, 이거 천천히 봐줘.
렐 없어. 렐 타고
볼게 봐줘. 바르스 노플이야.
바르스 봐도 돼.
바르스 봐줘. 내가
welcome back to the space as tiebreakers still on. They were still on either way, but it's KT with a dominant time-traveling victory, time-bending victory here in game number 1. Digon alongside Chronicler and Wadid, and the KT roller coaster looking pretty good here after game number 1.
It was kind of lucky that the BDD couldn't get a penta, like official penta, but it was a really great game just in general in terms of how they snowballed from their early game by KT.
Yeah, right now these two teams, as they shouldn't be realistically, don't look to be on the same level. And it isn't even the draft, so we're not really going to get into that, even though obviously Talia is really good, right? BDD performing on that, I think, should come as no surprise. But for us, it was really more so about, and we saw this even against the Bro Series, and really this goes for any of our already locked into Rise groups, their macro is just not comparable to when we have a team like KT who actually knows what they're doing on the map. So fortunately, we have a new episode of Wawa TV to really highlight, as he's right behind me, highlight what's going to happen and really how KT and DRX are not quite on the same level.
Yeah, I'm going to show it from KT perspective. Here, I'm going to explain how you use the priority and the vision control. So BDD is going to get the mid priority because it's Talia. Obviously, you're getting the mid priority first. And at the same time, they already got the bot priority, so they were actually hovering mid lane to save mid priority. And next one, they're in time for the bot priority as well. And Dogdam is getting priority, and Peter is actually hiding himself because it's better to hide yourself, so it gives more opportunity for KT. And now you have all the information because Azir was catching the mid wave, so you already have the evidence. And also you could see from their bot lane as well, because they were actually catching bot waves with AD and support. So you already know that everyone can be here first as a KT, but DRX can't. So I feel like it's it shows that KT understand how the priority works, and it was really great execution by KT in general. So we're gonna rewatch the same clip, but DRX perspective. So,
Time travel!
Yeah, I'm gonna show what DRX should do instead. Is probably, you can pause here. I think you already know that you cannot get the mid priority and bot priority in terms of their matchup. So you need your jungler to be around because you can actually look for 3v3. So I feel like the first option is that Trundle should go bot after this Grump, so you can actually fight for this bot wave. You can see like this bot wave is coming, so I feel like Trundle could just walk to the lane and fight for the bot priority. Or you can pause here and then show mid lane. The mid wave is already gone, so you have to fight for the next mid lane wave, but you cannot get the bot wave either, so you have to bring your support to the mid lane to save your jungler, so you can have more safe phase checking with your support, because you're not gonna get the bot priority anyways, so you just bring your support to this situation. So if your support was here earlier, I think they could have more better fight. So I feel like DRX didn't do anything either way, so that's why KT was just way ahead. And especially Yehu died after the information that they were there. So it kind of shows that how the level is different between those two teams.
And what it often talks about taking a turn, what Sponge did there basically was, and also obviously we knew that Talia was there. I think he was confident with this movement speed on W, he could dodge it. But he just takes a movement, a step into enemy territory out of turn. So if he sits in the brush there and just waits, he just lives, right? Like he can sit there, wait, have his mid and bot catch the wave, and then you can make a play afterwards. Because again, this isn't a draft issue. It doesn't matter what setup they will have. This is always going to remain an issue, and they need to fix that going into game 2.
And these are the types of mistakes that happen so early on for DRX that find them in the Rise group. Then here in the mid lane, this was yet again another situation where KT take control.
And this is the snowball, right? The moment that you start getting ahead, I think the KT composition is obviously just really good. This is premier picks across the board. And then Sponge gets out. And then this is another kind of mind-boggling example of DRX members just not respect. They have vision.
What are they doing?
You know they're all there.
Like, literally.
There's no outcome there that works. Like, if you're like, oh, I flashed out. No. What? You need flash.
I think this is the the point where you have no excuse. It's just straight up running it down. You know, like you cannot do that. You know, as a team. You can't say that.
It's okay.
Like, you can't really do that.
The game is over with it. It can't hurt
I'm
you
actually
anymore.
triggered now.
No, I know.
I just saw
It's okay.
it, you know?
I know.
He was just running in for
Guys,
no reason.
He had just gotten over it after seeing it live. Okay, it's
All right,
tough.
I'm good.
Here's the updated possibilities after that win. So there won't be an 0-2, so no easy way out here for D+ fans. KT can make it the hardest with a 2-0 victory, and then it puts the pressure back on D+ to make sure they get the win regardless.
I still don't know. I'm looking at that tiebreaker for 2-1 win for DK, 2-0 for KT. Right now, with the form of the teams as they are, even that 2-1 win I think will be tough for DK, but that's doable. KT, all they gotta do is just stay strapped into the roller coaster and keep going the right way.
I just want to see the tiebreaker, man. It's coming!
It's so fun!
It's coming!
Well, if you want to see the tiebreaker match, that means you gotta be a KT fan here. It is DRX on the blue side to get into game number 2. Let's send it on over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Digon and the gang. It is time for us to see whether it is going to be that likely tiebreaker or not. As, yeah, I think KT are looking to make it as clear-cut as possible. That 2-1, if DK can get it, is going to get us there. But that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. We've been doing a bit of that, bit of time travel all over the place, even on the space there a little bit. You love to see it. As we went back in time, we've only been really good at going forward in time off.
He's such a show-off, honestly.
know.
He has to go above and beyond.
That's the pro gamer mentality, you know, always be better.
Yeah.
Well, we are not. We are just going to continue moving forward in time. I don't think we're going to be able to upgrade that.
Do you see the bans starting to come through? Vi taken away, to no one's real surprise. The Rise going to come out as a ban from DRX. And we did see like Rumble Jace banned by DRX on that red side. They will go again with the Rumble ban.
Yeah, Perfect has been absorbing quite a few of the Rumble bans.
Yeah. Which I think was completely fine. It did feel weird that they banned Rumble Jace and then let him get the Gwen, but we'll see what they angle for this time. We do see the Callista ban come out. This was banned second rotation by DRX, but KT not wanting to give it over in the first rotation. I think a factor, you know, Talia not being available, definitely something that can kind of shut down that Callista, maybe factoring into this. Nidalee taken away from Cuz. I mean, I guess potentially also Perfect, but that one denied there.
Is it Pantheon first pick? Is that what they're going for?
I think the ones standing out to me are Pantheon or Jace.
Yeah.
As the
Poppy is also
picks.
another one.
Yeah, I don't think I'd see it first picked, but definitely a lot of value.
Let's see what KT are going to do, because you could just ban something else entirely, like a Nico, for example, although that does feel like a self-ban, as Peter has been very good. The Nidalee ban does kind of give away the fact that the Scion could be coming, and that is precisely what Rich is going to do. With Gwen off the cards as well, it's going to be more difficult, but Perfect is just going to slam Yorick, isn't he?
Could do. I remember, I will say though, that the Trundle being off the cards,
yeah, it's another big one.
Amps up the strength of this. Ari Wukong could just come through from KT though. I think a big factor is they have so much mobility, it can sometimes be hard for the Scion to keep up for them.
We're going to fight not fire with not fire.
Well, actually, Ornn has a good amount of fire.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But you
also,
know what I mean?
Scion has like the fire in his...
All right, and one of his abilities is called Furnace.
Yeah.
There is a... Yeah, okay. Never mind. So we are fighting fire with fire. And basically, it's just going to be red-themed tanks on the top side of the map slapping one another. The Ahri is going to come through, and so that is going to allow Sponge to take something like the Wukong if he'd like it. But the Poppy is also still up. And so maybe KT, we're just saying, you take it, we'll take the Poppy into it, and hope that we'll find enough damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure about taking the Poppy and having like tank jungle, tank top. It's a little bit all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
I mean,
two baskets maybe.
Two baskets normally. They are looking towards that Victor in the mid lane for Yehu. Could go, I mean, Pantheon Victor doesn't, it's by a huge amount of joy, but you could pick it up just for some early pressure and maybe lean towards the bot side. There's a lot of scaling for DRX already though. But to be fair, they are playing into an Ornn. They're looking at the Poppy. It could be a flex. Could still have that option.
Yeah.
But right now, this is a very strong front line for DRX. The scaling back line, not as much early agency though. And KT, I feel like it probably could just be the Wukong for Cuz. I mean, obviously Poppy has a good amount of disengage, but you can play around it with the Warrior Trickster.
He wants to play Viego. That's what I'm feeling in my waters. Like, it's cuz he just wants to play Viego at all times. But instead, it is going to be that Wukong, and I agree with you. Definitely the more meta pick at this point in time.
Especially with a Victor on the other side.
Yeah. Feels like a good choice. So a little bit more front foot here for KT as far as their second round of picks are concerned after the tanks did come in. And now let's see where the bans are going to go, as it is all about the bottom lanes, especially for KT, as they don't have the same level of flexibility unless Senna on. So there is still a flex potential.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would, because now we're going... The thing at the moment is farming Senna, and Senna on was already a thing with fasting Senna.
Yeah.
Xayah ban comes through, often common when you want to play like more dive focus. Maybe Xayah Ezreal are the bans from KT. We could just see Alistair Senna from DRX as a ban. They actually end up banning the Lulu, so maybe concerned about something like a Jinx Lulu coming through.
Yep.
Rakan is also a possibility still for KT, but I mean, I guess the Poppy on the side negates it a decent amount, but
I think maybe you want to ban both of
them.
You could ban Xayah Rakan, actually just get rid of both. Instead, the Braum is going to be taken away. Of course, you have Ornn, so you want to avoid the door.
That makes sense, I think, in this situation. I think DRX, Alistair is a fine ban, Senna's a fine ban. Again,
yeah,
Poppy's good into Rakan, but like Rakan Wukong is so scary that a lot of teams just ban it, even if they have the Poppy on hand.
So the Alistair is going to be taken away.
And it's going to be the Senna in return.
Oh, it's Senna on pick. It's happening.
It's a great pickup. You have that follow-up when your team are diving in. You can ult across. You have that range. You have that scaling. You're going to feel really good about this. You know, you're playing into a heavy scaling composition from DRX, and you're like, fine, we're down to go late.
Yeah. Infinite scaling versus infinite scaling. One on the defensive side and one on the offensive side is LazyFeel. Going to go towards some scaling himself. The Zeri can certainly pop off later into the game. And there is a Nautilus to pair alongside her.
Now, what to pick up for Peter in the support role? A lot of the engaged support's taken off the cards. Is he just going to go the Rakan?
He's thinking about it.
A little bit. I mean, again, it pairs well with the Wukong. A little bit squishy, though. There's a lot of things that can explode you, so this isn't the easiest Rakan game to play.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. He does want the mobility to get out of the way of things like trains and stuff like that are going to be running towards him, but the Poppy is going to be a bit of a headache for Peter. I don't think this is...
Victor.
Yeah, I'm feeling like this is a better look for DRX. I think they've utilized blue side pretty effectively here. And KT, let's see whether they can make it work. I do like the draft on paper, right? Like, I'm looking at it, but I'm seeing the Poppy value. The fact that the late game is where KT kind of want to go, and DRX looking pretty comfortable in that location themselves.
Yeah.
Rich on a lot of comfort here on the Sion as well.
Yeah, I think definitely I prefer it compared to the previous game's draft. I think both teams have a lot of scaling elements. If it goes late, I think we're going to see some explosive team fights. I have some concerns for some of the squishy elements of KT's composition, especially if the Victor just explodes the Rakan, you're going to get those resets on the ultimate. So as much as you have like a Senna Ornn, I don't think it's just, okay, scale and you win by default. It's really going to be looking at this mid-jungle support trio of KT to see what they can do, because if Wukong, Ahri, Rakan fall behind, they do start to feel a little bit underwhelming.
Yep. Digimon out again because it's Wolf's day off, and that's how it works. Just not allowed to see Digimon fan signs, I guess. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. I'm hoping that we're going to see the DRX turnaround. See whether KT can do it one more time, get that 2-0 that they are really looking for here today.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Oh my god. KT fans, yeah, hysterically loud at Lowell Park here today, and we're on the DRX side, so I have no excuse. Like, normally I'm like, oh, they're so loud, but then it turns out that I'm like in a sea of their fans, and so it does make sense. This is the opposite. We're on the DRX side, and KT almost blew out my eardrums. Impressive. Impressive stuff here from the KT fandom. Maybe some E-word. But as we said before, the most depressing timeline still alive even with the 2-0 here, no matter how good they look. So don't worry, you can feel completely free to go for any sort of exuberance that you might have in your KT fandom.
Do you see Lazy Philandel positioned pretty aggressively here?
Yeah, just walking up into the enemy jungle.
Won't find anything for their trouble, though.
Who wins this matchup, Ox? Who is it? Is it the On? Is it the Scion? I see, like, Perfect's hammer is... he's got two, I guess. He's dual-wielding the hammers.
Yeah.
But Rich's is way bigger.
You know... I think early on, Scion gets the push. But I think Ornn can just, like, bellows back to you after a while.
Well, that's a nice little hook there. It's going to be the Piercing Darkness, though, to just make the matchup feel not as great. This is odd. Like, what's the scaling conversation about Senna versus Zeri? Do you get like a 40-minute power spike as the Zeri over the Senna and then a 70-minute power spike as the Senna?
I mean, they kind of play differently. The thing is, the Senna just outranges you so heavily. But like, if the Zeri gets an opportunity to get in your face, she does a lot more DPS. So it really just depends on like the dynamic of team fights. My main concern for DRX in here is that they have a 2-carry composition into like Wukong, Rakan, Ahri, Ornn. So like, if you get to these 5v5s, and let's say KT press all their buttons, and even one of them hits Lazyfield, right?
Yeah.
And he's not able to, it's not even that he like immediately dies, he's not able to deal damage. They just lose so much of their damage in the fight. That's my concern, really.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot on Yahoo's shoulders. I mean, none of it really matters if DRX get a snowball earlier on. And with the fact that KT also have a bit of a scaling draft, it might be possible, but I'm looking at the Ahri Wukong and I'm a little bit worried. So I see your point. As here on the bottom side, Peter and Dr. Arm doing the very best just to weather the storm here, as we can see. And Sponge is moving in. VDD is moving out.
Oh yeah, he's doing pretty good. And again, I think the Victor can really change the dynamic, because one of the things with Victor late game is how absurd his ult is. And like, if you're all diving in, you know, because often I talk about like 2-carry compositions, and I'm like, look, if you trade, like even let's say you trade support jungle for Zeri, normally that feels really good, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, you've taken down one of these carries, it's worth it because of how much they represent of the team. The thing is, when you're against a Victor, his ult just turns into like this monstrous, massive AoE, so it becomes a lot harder to opt into fights that way. You can't be so reckless, because if Peter dies, and then let's say Cuz dies for Lazyfield, suddenly this Arcane Storm is lore accurate.
Yeah.
And just wipes the entire fight.
Wipes the whole dimension.
Yeah.
We could ask Chronicler about that. He knows about Arcane Season.
He knows all the lore.
Yeah, he knows all the lore about Victor. I think that was his favorite character in Arcane Season 2. He was pretty complex, I thought. But we'll talk to Chronicler about it. I don't want to say things that I don't really understand. I've only watched Season 2 twice.
I heard he just finished his 3rd rewatch, so
Whoa, he's so dedicated.
In fact, okay, I didn't want to say this, I don't want to spoil this, but I've heard you have to look pretty carefully for it. Oh, Gage coming in.
Well, need to look pretty carefully for Dr. Arm here as well, and the anchor is not going to quite find him there, as now without Aftershock, Andor will be taking a bit of extra damage, but still just kind of tickling him is Dr. Arm on this Senna, as they do manage to get the crash that they were looking for.
Yeah, I've heard Chronicler has a secret YouTube channel where he talks about his thoughts and theories about series. Need an Arcane one, and the video is 7 hours long.
Oh my
Just
God.
to show the level of understanding of Arcane Season 2.
Well, if it's 7 hours long, I have a feeling he didn't understand.
No, but
that's
he's really going into the depths.
Time.
So he's talking about, like, you know, there's this point where, like, he's talking about like a little mustache like flicker, you know, when like handling was like this, and he's like, this is what this means. He spent 30 minutes on that.
Oh wow, I hope it's good news. It's all right.
Well, you'll have to watch to see.
Yeah, we'll have to watch to see. As BDD is going to just walk out of the way of the gravity field and Sponge. The train heads towards the top side of the map. That is going to connect. It's not double trains on the top side, which is a little bit sad. You could have had the train conductor and the train. But unfortunately, Perfect did not elect to go for that skin.
That would have been peak, honestly.
It would have been.
That's the matchup we're looking for.
Well, this is not the matchup that Cuz is looking for. He's just going to get heroically charged into the wall. And yeah, has to flash. I actually respect the flash usage instead of just trying to worry a Trickster away. Could have been blocked by a Steadfast Presence. Just gets himself out of there. This is going to be the Drake being secured here by DRX. And early control looking pretty good.
Yeah, able to get that early dragon, not going for the early swap we sometimes see. Drake in hand for DRX. And so far, things are pretty positive. You know, mid-matchup's been going pretty good for Yehu into BDD on this Ahri. Jungle matchup as well in favor of Sponge. Early positive play for DRX. And again, we said every single game matters in this series. If KT drop a game, it has massive implications for their chances of making the Legend group over D+.
Yep, it's humongous. Doctor making good use of this pickaxe that he picked up earlier on. Lazy Feel with just the slingshot that makes you feel bad. So even if the stats are actually okay, just seeing it in your inventory isn't okay.
It's such, you know what? I think
underwhelming.
It's just the fact that it's like a green square.
Yeah.
You know, so many other items, like the outline of it isn't like as clear, or like it's got like there's some color to it, but like it doesn't fill the edges. But it's just that complete green square. It just doesn't look intimidating.
It doesn't really.
No.
It's more of a go button rather
like even
than
look at Lost
I'm
Chapter.
Stop you button.
It's got a blue glow, but the blue glow is very clearly around
an item.
Yeah. It's not just okay. The whole thing's green.
Yeah. Yep. So Lazy Feel is going to lose half of his health bar because he has the wrong item in.
I will say though, I feel like Senna really strong at the moment. A big reason is obviously she got the buffs, so farming Senna viable. But the build for at the moment, we're seeing the static Shiv be favored heavily, and that's such a big spike for her. So when Duckdom can get that, we'll be in a great position. We do see Sponge looking to contest these grubs.
Yeah, just wanders on in. Going to try and take these down. DRX do manage to get a secure onto one of them. Exactly right. Now does have his smite on cooldown, as here is a hook connecting from Andil. As Lazyfield dashing after Doctor, he really wants to hold on to the flash. Is going to utilize the barrier, but that's all he has to expend. That is good news. One apiece as far as these grubs are concerned, Cuz will be able to get the second one. So that is going to be an evening out of the objective feats of strength.
I think DRX super happy with that. They get the barrier from Duckdom. We see Sponge just slide in, grab a grub and leave. Doesn't even have to stick around for a while.
Yeah.
And he already got that Drake earlier. 2 minutes 30 till the next one's up. So very happy with how that one panned out. But yeah, as I was saying kind of about the center, once you get that Shiv, you know, Shiv in and of itself, just the wave clear offers to the center, I think just really makes the champion so much better. Because I think that's something she's always struggled with a good amount.
Yeah.
Is just the ability to push in waves.
And I feel as well, the Black Cleaver from the center, because she stacks it so incredibly well.
Yeah.
That paired alongside the Wukong is going to be very powerful in the mid game as well when 2 items do get picked up by Doctor.
Oh shit, especially into like Poppy Scion.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel good.
So being able to have that shred that's in your build regardless of whether the enemy team is full tank or not is kind of important. So we'll see how they're going to be able to utilize that. Death Ray coming on through here from who's just pressing a lot of his buttons. BDD respecting quite a lot here, as you can see. 10 CS is the approximate advantage here for Yehu this time around.
I love how we had the Chovy build, the double haunting guys, no mana item.
Yep.
And now Yehu's got Lost Chapter tier, spam all my abilities as much as possible. Just
it's either all the mana or none of the mana, I guess.
2 very different play styles, you know?
Yeah.
One where you have to be a lot more efficient and choose your abilities more carefully. Another where Yehu's like, I will press all my buttons whenever I can.
And he's doing it.
He is.
And it is allowing this lane to stay in DRX's control for basically the majority of time. It's helping Sponge get around this map, seeing the value of this Poppy continuing as the blue numbers on the screen, as you can see. Not necessarily anything that's notable just yet. Untiles is completed. Lazy Feel, he gets rid of the slingshot from his inventory, which feels great. But Doctor does exactly the same thing. Static Shiv now complete.
Yep.
Spurf just beginning to breathe on Rich over again.
Tank 1v1s.
Oh yeah.
Sunfire.
Beautiful. Okay, Andal gonna just try for it once again, but Doctor almost has that barrier back up again. So he is going to be absolutely fine. And if, like, I'm finding it really interesting, thinking about, like, if I was either of these teams, which one of them would I feel better at, as far as seeing the game stagnate and just getting towards a late game? Because I'm looking at On, like, the epitomization of scaling, Senna, infinite scaling, but then you've got, like, double frontline Victor Zeri. Like, that's a lot of, you know, late game team fighting.
Both teams being like, these fools, we outscale.
Exactly, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing, is it's not clear cut. Both teams have strong scaling elements, and it just comes down to execution as we get further on.
Another flash out of Cuz here as he gets out of the way of Vandal. It's a great hook to come on through as Richard teleported in. KT, I don't think they're going to give this up without a fight, as LazyField now in a lot of trouble. Stunned over that wall, Doctorm holding him at bay. Now there's only one big damage dealer available, and Yehu is on top of a ward right now. So is Cuz. There's now Peter going in for the world's slowest charm, but they get on top of their target. The Dawning Shadow comes down as well. And with the help of the Spirit Rush, Cuz is able to take down the Victor. The damage is just not here. LazyField has to get out of there. The train crashes into a wall, and the Flash Charm from BDD will seal the deal against Rich. The zombie form comes on through, and KT even get the dragon.
I think a lot of overconfidence from DRX to set up for that dragon and just let KT move into position to pounce. Peter with so much patience with the charm, doesn't let Sponge block him. They get onto the Victor, they blow up Yehu, and they're able to find the team fight.
Peter, he found the hard counter. You just press quickness and walk.
It's so powerful,
it's
the walk
so
strategy.
Strong. He was, look at this, what? Presses and he gets slowed down and wanders at them until he's far enough past the Poppy.
Yeah, ends up using the flash. Connect the CC onto the Victor. You remove one of those carries. LazyField never really got into the fight, and the fight is just done.
Yeah.
You know, resets come through, and this is that explosive element of KT's composition where you can just decimate those carries, take them out of the fight, take them out of the equation.
미안, 미안.
Wait, what did he steal? Did he steal a kill?
He seemed shocked himself.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine, Peter. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, he got the kill onto Scion after, I guess, BDD flashed for it. That's all right.
We'll allow it.
I'm sure BDD is totally okay. He got like 9 kills in the last game. He's got plenty.
Yeah.
Peter just going to be getting out of the way of Rich, who's moving on in right now. 1.5k going to be the gold lead as a result of that last fight. There are further implications, right? When you've got these two compositions that do want to scale, permanent things like dragons are going to be pretty sought after, especially the Mountain. Mountain Drake, just a solo Mountain Drake when it's an Ocean Soul, feels real good.
Also, Ocean Soul, this is such... I mean, some games like Ocean Soul, whatever, like, don't get me wrong, it's not the craziest dragon, but like, Scion on with Ocean Soul.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's cooking.
Not to mention the fact that, like, we spoke about this already, but KT, they have like the Shred available. They're also a very tanky team, right? Like the Ornn is going to be in that front line, and these fights could last a long time.
Yeah.
Ocean Soul value could certainly be up there.
And I think now a big thing is Cuz 2-0-1 on that Wukong. My concern, he was falling a bit behind in terms of the jungle matchup against Sponge. And I think the elements of KT, the Wukong, the Ahri, and the Rakan, if they fell behind, those are the picks that you can't just kind of have guaranteed value from. You know, if the game goes late, Victor, Poppy, they're always going to be useful, right? But if Wukong, Ahri fall behind, you can see them be useless very quickly. So it's really important that they get some injection of gold, and we have seen that. This Wukong now already with the Triforce is going to feel so much better about how this game is going.
Yep. BDD as well, going for the more tanky build. We have seen the Malignants coming back. That was what I believe Showmaker put together yesterday. And so going to be maybe building a Liandry's, which I think is going to be relatively strong into this comp of DRX, just to add to that shred that they already have. Sponge moving over, looking to see whether he can deny feats of strength one more time, as this Rift Herald has been started. KT are moving into the river though, and it looks like Sponge is not going to risk it. Just opting in for possibly just a heroic charge over the wall. Doesn't get the stun though, as BDD just walks it off. And I believe either held the charm or landed it very early on and
Yeah,
just didn't really even notice.
He did get it and was able to navigate away from it. Unfortunately, the stun from Sponge didn't quite reach that wall, just a little short. The DRX trying to find some angles here.
Cuz testing Sponge there to see whether the steadfast presence button was being hovered.
Yeah, reaction test.
Yeah.
But now means it's down. Peter could just...
Yeah, walk it in.
Yeah, it doesn't opt to.
Still, Doctor depth charge actually comes out, but there's the Cyclone in answer. Andal, no real response here as Lazyfield just gets jumped on by Peter. He's got the quickness running as Sponge just shuts him down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Yehu in a lot of trouble, but he's answering back. The Arcane Storm doing so much work, and it's a double here for Lazyfield as he gets himself out as well. He's looking to go back home. Peter D running out of buttons, and Sponge gets on top of him and eliminates him. The Ram coming on through, though. That's a great knockup, but where's the follow-up? Where are the options? And DRX, it's their turn to find a good team fight.
Much more scattered, much less coordinated from KT there, and you see how different it ends up going. You know, Peter's down here by Sponge, Doctum steps up to try and hit Andal, and it just becomes so chaotic. The CC is focused on Andal. You see Peter interrupted, he jumps onto Lazyfield, but there's no follow-up, and then Doctum ends up flashing into the Herald Pit where you have no outs. He's corralled in, Cuz is low, BDD isn't able to get any resets here. And the difference you see when members of DRX get low compared to when they actually go down and give BDD resets, night and day.
Oh, it's huge.
You know, Perfect comes in and he's like...
The world's latest teleport.
It's like, guys, I'm here.
Yeah. What did I miss?
No, I'm not. I'm gone.
Yeah. Well, you missed a lot. As it turns out, we're going to see KT's gold lead still there, but feeling a little worse for wear. As the dragon has spawned. See whether it is a take it in turns type scenario when it comes to figuring out who's going to win each team fight. As KT move on over, this dragon has been started up. Yehu on the bottom side of this fight. Doctum getting flanked by Rich. Does need to keep himself a little bit safe here as this dragon taking a very long time to go down. Lazyfield finally getting some damage in there, and Sponge just throws down the smite. Andal could be in trouble though, throws the anchor into Narnia. And Nautilus is unfortunately just going to get slowed down, thrown into the pit, and will get destroyed. Sponge now in a little bit of trouble at the same time as the Keeper's Verdict is in. The Ornn is going to be removed. The flash actually, and then on top of it, is a little bit problematic, but the Charm is going to connect. A double kill here for Cuz. And this is exactly what we're talking about. This time it's KT's turn to win a team fight, but they do lose out on the objective as DRX do manage to equalize that one.
I just love how polite our teams are. The fact that they take turns.
I knew Wadid was trying to sell us on it's a turn-based game, you know, you got to take your turn. I didn't know it was this turn-based.
Yeah, you know. Very nice to see. 64 stacks for Doctum, so starting to get a good amount of range there. But you're seeing how differently things can pan out depending on execution. DRX do get the Dragon though. I think pretty happy to pick that one up for 2 kills. A decent injection gold over. All to Cuz though.
I mean, I don't know, is that a bad thing?
It's not bad, but it's also... I feel like you would have appreciated some kills onto BDD and Doctum, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's probably a good point.
Especially since Lazyfield does have 2 kills in his pocket, so... We'll see here, this is very clearly just a let's disengage. Lazyfield has no flash, he's already nearly half HP. KT in a better position to fight, especially as Peter has flash himself, so this was kind of just let's try and disengage. Perfect. There is a play to be made here. If you have your Bellows Breath up, you can use that to try and block the flash. You know what, maybe a little practice needed on that timing.
It was a little subpar.
Sometimes you try and go for the play on the day and it just doesn't... You know, Perfect, I hope, after he got knocked away, he went, you know what, I learned something there.
Yeah, and that would be very valuable. As Lazyfield, he's learning something valuable as well. If he gets into range of Doctum, he takes big damages.
Yeah, he's now got the Black Cleaver. Rapid Fire, typically the item that comes in next, and that's really where the center takes off, but definitely very strong now.
Yep.
Taken off, because so much damage.
He really does. The Cyclone going to be coming on through there, and that's going to get the ult out from Sponge. BDD doesn't quite find the damage on Yehu here towards the bottom side, and the Arcane Storm going to come down. In exchange, BDD going to throw out the ulti and gets himself away from this one, but now a lot of the damage out of this fight as BDD looks to push this one up. The Otacon just getting taken lower and lower, and DRX They do finally get a ward over. They do see that this is going down. The teleport in from the Scion. The Poppy is still making her way back in.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, KT, I think they realize the amount of danger that they're in, but now the Ornhorn is going to be sounded. Rich, moving on forward, finds the crash. That is going to be Cuz locking down the Otacon as Peter just holding them in place. The Dawning Shadow goes down. BDD flashes over the wall, and LazyFeel is able to shut him down. Now Cuz with a blast cone for safety, and the Extendo Beam not going to be enough to take down the Wukong, so they'll trade the Otacon for the Ahri, and maybe that's okay for KT.
Yeah, just one casualty for that I think they're okay with in that situation. Definitely precarious though, and a lot of tools not available, so they definitely didn't want this fight. The call was get the Otacon disengaged. You saw they started to leave, but DRX was setting up to take it themselves. They kept it at 4k HP, and they knew they have to finish it, they have to secure it and back off. Yeah, great.
He chomped 4 people, and that allowed everyone from BDD to get away.
He got so much value there. And Cuz getting away, not giving over that shutdown to the Zeri, very fortunate. I will say, though, a lot of Summoners burn in this situation. A lot of big flashes. Dragging up in a minute 10, which is what I'm looking towards. I will say, though, LazyFeel did also burn his flash, so a lot of Summoners on cooldown. But the gold, almost even. That stat bonus has come through, though, from the Otacon. And a bit of an XP bonus as well is a factor, but the game is so close right now.
It really is. Outside of the jungle matchup, which is feeling so incredibly Cuz favored. 5-0-1, of course, but he's got 2 items. And so if this Wukong is ever involved, it's a time where DRX does need to be careful, as Peter going to get hooked back. Does manage to grand exit that situation. No Poppy in the area, so he is going to be okay. As BDD... Okay, Sponge. That's a bit of an odd situation there as BDD moves away from the wall. That's smart. As the charm comes through, they invest a fair bit, but Andil will be going down here. They want to get the kill over to Doctor, and successfully they will be able to do so. As BDD also making his way out, holds onto the Spirit Rush, which is a big deal.
Yep, he also did just get that level up from the Rod of Ages, so pushing him ahead of Yahoo in terms of levels. KT feeling pretty strong now as a result. Going to push down this mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
Dragging up in a few seconds as well. Can look towards that. With Andal being down and no ward control, they can set up for even see recall from BDD. He has TP as well and will be picking up the Liandry, so they should be able to pick up the second dragon, but they will lose top tower and the Herald in return.
Yeah, so it's an okay trade here for DRX. But they really did want to get to that soul point. Would have been very, very nice. Still, I think delaying an Elder Drake situation is going to be okay for either side, as Rich is just going to get infinitely tanky. LazyFeel wants to get to 3 items as soon as possible, things like this. But as the map gets opened up, KT just feeling better and better. Perfect in position to try and take down this outer turret on the bottom side as well, as Cuz is going to tell Rich that there is just no way that he's getting down there to defend.
Yeah, I love how Cuz is trying to convince Rich that he does damage. He's like, no, I'm 5-0, I'm really fed. And Rich is like, shit, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
So in the end, with the fact that they walked over and took the outer turret, the Rift Herald doesn't really do that much. So the extra turret on the top side of the map, that is what DRX is sort of banking on.
Yeah.
Does get them back within like even gold. Right?
We did also see the turret go down bot in return.
Oh yeah, true.
We also saw the Herald give 2 soul stacks over to center.
Oh my god!
5.
Okay,
yeah,
never mind. Huge lead for KT.
The game still feels very even though. I think at this point, Victor's getting pretty strong. Zeri's got a lot of items on the belt. It still feels like anyone's games, and I think it just comes down to these win cons in the fight, how the fight plays out, the execution. For KT, it's really get onto these carries. You need to connect on a Yahoo, you need to connect on a LazyFeel. The opening of the fight needs to result in one of them dying pretty much off the back of your ultimates. On the other side for DRX, the longer the fight goes, the better. And hopefully you start to get some resets and get some value from LazyFeel and Yahoo. Longer fights, get the Arcane Storm resetting, get LazyFeel stacking up.
Yeah, Cuz going in just to get a cheeky Q onto Andil here as Sponge was moving over, looking to try and get a bit of vision around this Baron that has freshly spawned 10 seconds ago. There is a snare to come in. He does get rid of a couple of the members of KT. Sponge just on his own adventure here as the rest of the team nowhere in sight. Andil finally moving back, but you can see this Poppy is not really afraid of anyone.
A lot of confidence from that little Yordle, but trying to just maintain some presence around the Baron area. We see actually Cuz moving towards the bot side to try and steal away a red buff, but we'll give up a lot of control in this Baron area.
Yeah, I don't know whether they'll be able to start it or anything like that, but stealing away red can be important, especially when the game is this close. Any little advantage is going to feel good. There is the knock-up towards Rich here.
I like how now
beautiful.
is the point where they both have unending despair, so it's just like, it's kind of whatever.
Yeah.
The damage doesn't really...
Look at how much cooler perfect Sunfire Cape is than Rich's Sunfire Cape.
That is true, but look how much more damage Rich's does because he has an extra 1,063 health from his passive.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah,
That's a shame.
Oh, but look how much cooler Perfect's shoes are,
Oh
right?
yeah! The shoes look like a train. They kind of look like Snowpiercer, don't they? That's what it always reminds me of.
Yeah, they do. I will say though, Perfect's level 15, nearly level 16, and he hasn't...
Yeah, where are everyone's cool stuff?
Yeah, you need to start giving those out.
Yeah,
He's being very selfish. He also gets stats from those, so...
Yeah, he needs to do it. We need Infinity Force here for Cuz. You know, where's the... There it is. Okay, so we've got the Molten Cleaver now complete. I think that's the actual name. Wow, that's...
No, they changed it.
Oh, yeah, no, they're not. They don't have the names anymore. Like, I mean, that was the actual name.
Yeah, now it's just like...
Now it's just Black Cleaver with Border or something.
Yeah.
I got very sad when they removed the names. They were some of the best names that we've got in the game.
There's some really cool ones, and I feel like that was a test for the play-by-plays, like how many of them do you know?
Although we just invented names for them, so we just ignored the test entirely.
Yeah, that was cool. The thing is, you could say them, and anyone would believe you, because no one knew them all.
Yeah!
I'm convinced people did that.
I don't know whether they believed my Infinity +1 edge, because I found it very difficult to make Infinity Edge cooler.
Yeah.
You know? It's a tough one. But still. I digress. It's no longer in the game. KT have moved casually into a 1,000 gold lead, just from how this game has been going. And I think Doctom is the one that's real happy to be like, I will carry late, everything's going to be okay. And especially as these items start to come in,
yeah,
look better and better. Please, Perfect, can you just like upgrade that Leandri's? We need Leandri's Anguish, you know? Where is it?
Dude, both Doctom and Rich are just like, guys, just let me scale. I scale infinitely.
Yeah,
and this game is going to be 3 hours long.
And as they're saying that, Yahoo's like, yeah, and Lazy feels like, yeah, me too, man. Whereas Doctom says it, and BDD is like, please, can we just win? All right, well, they're not doing it just yet. I think both of these teams are aware of how much is on the line. Yeah.
Stress me out a bit that Perfect's level 16 and we only have the one.
Well, Sponge is sick of all this passivity, and he will just slam Cuz into the wall. Cuz just gets himself out of there, though.
I actually think that should be the play from KT's. Rotate Perfect up, not for an engage, but specifically to give out ornaments, and you have BDD go to cover. Please, I need... You know, you get the extra stats as well for giving them out.
Exactly. And he knows that he can do it because we have it on Doctom. Like, it's not one of these Zeka situations, you know? It's like been a while since Perfect just played it. He just gave one!
No, he just built his own Randuins.
No, he built his own Randuins, but he gave the Molten Edge to
he knows how to do it. He knows how to do it. Come on. Cuz is right there. Give it over.
Cleaver, sorry.
I want to see it. The animation.
All right, well, Sponge taking a fair bit of damage here. Cuz Q, actually, he can be pretty tanky, and he will still cut through you. As there's the knock-up from Rich over the wall. Bit of a fight breaking out, though, on the other side as Peter is just about to get 100-0, but so is Sponge. Him going down is such a big deal as they're all just piling on top of Lazyfield. There was no one there to peel because Rich is just a lumbering train, and he is just going to get taken down. DRX eventually getting outmaneuvered here in this game by KT. And Peter, he is able to dash out of the way of that zombie as well as Andal and Yahoo wondering what the heck they're supposed to do now.
And now KT pick up the dragon pretty quickly, going to move over towards that Baron. Didn't even feel like a competition there from DRX. And KT feeling more than confident with the situation.
Yeah. Peter is still looking a bit worse for wear, but I think KT aren't going to be contested on this Baron. Andal and Yahoo wanting to walk in, they can at least sweep out this brush and try and create themselves an opportunity.
Wait, he's doing it!
Yeah, he's actually finally giving these items away.
Wait.
Wait, no, he started and then got interrupted by Baron, I think.
Just give them out.
What a shame.
Please.
Can you now do it while he's backing? Just turn that Infinity Edge into an, Triforce into an Infinity Force.
Okay, so Great Charm comes out of the Poppy, which kind of stops Sponge from being able to mitigate. The ult connection on Lazyfield. The chase comes in, and this is kind of the thing. Lazyfield doesn't get to play the game, doesn't really get to function, and the rest of the team is so heavily split. Just the execution from KT when they're coordinated on these backline carries, and when DRX aren't able to peel, it just becomes so easy. This Wukong's so strong right now.
Yep, and the coordination as well, even though they were kind of spread, right? To be able to say, like, you take care of these two, we'll find this fight over here, was beautifully done as once again Andil caught out of position. Peter having a bit of a day out on this Rakan, I have to say, as the train is just going to join the fight, but so is the Ram. Will get interrupted, so Sponge going to deny the extra knockback, but oh god, he is not going to last very long. Rich also getting cut down by Doctom's Molten Cleaver, and he is turned into a zombie, cuz going to respawn because of course he's got a GA. That's like 17 items that he's built for himself. This Wukong is so rich. He's making aiming look like he doesn't have enough money.
Max, he did it. He gave them all out.
Oh, thank God. Okay. The Rod of Eons has been completed here for BDD as they time travel forward towards a 2-0 victory. KT fans not breathing a sigh of relief just yet, as the Nexus hasn't gone down, we have to say. The flash forward from BDD doesn't quite find the charm there, as Andil able to get out of the way of this Ahri, but the Nexus turrets are the targets here. The knock-ups coming on through. KT from strength to strength towards the end of this particular round robin. Is it going to be enough? That is the question, as they make sure it's as difficult as possible for D+ Kia.
Yep, they've done everything they can. You know, with the 2-0, they've given themselves the best odds. Now D+ need to win that series, and if it ends up being a
Palm.
oh yeah, this is tough.
Is it BDD for the game one, or is it Peter for existing, or is it Cuz for being like a 5-0 Wukong in that game? Golly.
It's so tough.
It's really
and you
tough.
know what?
Maybe it's perfect for having that wry one-sided smile.
That's a good... No, it's not, but it's...
Well, the fans might think it's Cuz.
Oh...
Wait, we haven't got the BDD cam yet. 1, 2, 3. There he is.
I should really think about this before.
You really should.
It's just so difficult, you know? They all played so well.
We're waiting.
Yep. Give me 3 seconds. 3,
1, 2, 3.
1.
Oh, we went the opposite direction.
Yeah, do it again.
3, 2, 1. And
I did it. I did it. Okay,
I don't want to see. I don't want to know. Now get your POM comment in.
This is the hardest part of my job.
Yep. The toughest part of your day. Remember to comment, okay? Comment is really important.
Yeah.
So get that one in. I couldn't decide. Maybe that can be your comment. That's not a bad one. Doctom's parents here in Lowell Park celebrating a victory for their son, who actually has really had a big turnaround in his performance. I think Doctom is one of the biggest success stories that we've had here in the LCK as far as being able to turn around what looked like a very difficult split. As Perfect as well, having a bit of a day out on this Aunt. My God, finding so many angles, as we can see, especially in this fight.
I just, you know, my only criticism is the
ornament situation.
The key fight of the game, they could have just...
They were down an extra 2,000 gold worth of stats.
They were down, I mean, it's so much, because they had all the ornaments for the people, and the Ornn gets extra stats.
Yeah.
It was like, it was so free.
Yeah.
You know?
It's actually free.
If they just taken a little group huddle and gone, guys, here, everyone take your right, like this fight. Just extra free stats available. And yes, they didn't need it, but it was right there for the taking. It's like, the way I think about it is, imagine if they all just had like 1,000 gold in the inventory and just said, let's fight.
Yeah.
Like, well, we should probably spend that gold first. And they're like, nah,
don't need to. Don't need to. We hit our spikes.
Yeah.
As Doctom flashes away from Rich here, and Rich in response just looks a bit silly. And Sponge, I felt like, had a really good early game, and unfortunately just wasn't able to translate that into victories later on, because KT's coordination was just better than that of DRX. I think we're kind of echoing what was said on the space, where a Rise team just looks a little bit different from a Legend team. And KT, unfortunately, might be a Rise team regardless. It's crazy to think about, because their rise to form has just been pretty massive, but unfortunately, may not be enough.
Yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I'm just gonna say though, with the way they've been playing, KT deserve to be in the Legend group.
They do.
And I think D+, they have to prove that they belong in the Legend group. It's gonna come down to that final series, and D+, it's their fate in their hands. They need to make the statement. It might come down to a tiebreaker, it might not.
That's a range advantage that you can see right there, doing double damage of Azeri.
Range is OP. It is very powerful.
It is, especially when you can stack it up. I believe had 100 and something stacks towards the end of that game. And so KT, as expected, clean 2-0, nothing to see here. And now all of the nerves, all of the anxiety transfers to tomorrow.
The problem is we say that when it's literal, but also when it's the most chaotic 2-0 ever, and this wasn't. So people
that's the beauty of it. You have to check the thread to really understand, and then the thread just says clean 2-0, nothing to see here. As BDD is going to pick it up, I assume that was where your vote was. The 10-0-8 Taliyah probably justifies pushing it over the line no matter what happens with the Ari performance, because his Taliyah was just everywhere.
Yeah, I think he had a great Taliyah game. I didn't end up voting for him, but I think it was a very deserved.
Oh, was it a Peter vote in the end? Did you do it?
We'll have to see.
Oh, I would be so proud of you. I'd be so impressed. As BDD going to move up to third place, tying with Ona here on the POM standings. Completely well-deserved. I think, like, BDD, he has been one of our, like, forerunners when it was Pog back in the day. It was him and Canyon that used to go sort of, like, toe-to-toe, looking for those big, and Chovy, of course, who just always picked it up. But BDD used to be up there and is once again making another run.
Yeah, I think him and Cuz and Peter have all had a pretty fantastic day, but I think that Taliyah game, for a lot of people, really pushed it over the edge.
Yep, his Taliyah's always been fantastic. Good to see that he's still got his eye in, and now we get to have a little bit of a conversation with him as well to see exactly where maybe he's going to be watching the DK series. As you can see, preparing for the interview now. Oh man, I really hope they ask, like, do you have any plans to watch the Nongshim versus DK series? And when that is happening, like, do you have any expectations? Do you think you're going to make Legend Group? I'm really looking forward to this. And in fact, we can go now. So let's head to the interview and have a chat with BDD.
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation. We are here with BDD on the side of KT Rolster. Congratulations! Thank you. Today was a must-win to join the Legend Group. With a 2-0 clean victory, how do you feel? Now, we had to secure that 2-0 victory, and I'm just really relieved that we were able to pull it off. And you are at 500 POM points, tied for third place. And all the players did so well, so did you expect to get a POM today? Now, rather than getting a POM, I was more desperate for a 2-0 victory, so... Yeah, your fans must be so happy to see you on the stage for this POM interview after your performance. And in Game 1, you were able to secure a handful of high prio picks. After the Gwen blind pick, you guys took Taliyah and Xin Zhao. So what did you think? Did you think that the draft went your way? No, the enemy had prepared the Trundle and Azir picks. And I think with all the options that we had left, being plenty, I felt like the draft did go our way and as planned. And right now, actually, Azir is on a 7-loss streak. So do you think Azir is better? Or Taliyah is better than Azir currently? I do feel like right now you don't really see a lot of Azir being able to pull off a good tempo in the game, so I think that's why we're able to see that there are other prio picks over Azir. In Game 1, we were so close to seeing your pentakill, and you said you guys don't have to give it, and just be honest, were you sad that you didn't get the pentakill? Yeah, honestly, I was sad. And Peter actually stole your kill, and he was so sorry. So how did you react? You know, I was actually pretty pouty after he stole my kill. I did feel pretty sad. It was a little upsetting. And in game 2, we got an Ari Victor matchup. What are your thoughts on this matchup? I feel like Ari doesn't have a lot she can do in this matchup, and she needs a lot of support from the teammates. So with the support of my team setting up for me, I think I was able to really perform and carry out my role. And now, depending on the result of Nongshim versus D plus KS match, KT's fate will be sealed. And if Nongshim wins, KT will head over to Legend Group. So, what mindset will you be spectating with? Well, first of all, you know, there's Legend Group and Rise Group. And, you know, I really want to make it to Legend Group. So, Shiwoo, Lihans, please do it for me. And so, will you be cheering for Nongshim then? Yes, I will definitely be supporting Nongshim. And that's the end of the interview with BDD. Congratulations once again, and back to the space. Thank you.
That's right, BDD and D Plus fans and KT fans will be watching the D Plus Nongshim series very, very closely because there is only one scenario where tiebreakers make it on in. A 2-0 victory for D Plus over Nongshim means D Plus are in, and any sort of loss means it's KT Rolster making their way to the Legends group. That's the way it shook on out. KT took care of business today, 2-0 over DRX.
Legitimately the best case scenario, because that means that now, no matter what, if KT end up making it, it's because of their own actions, right? It's because they won today in a 2-0 fashion. If DK end up making it, it's because they did either beat Nongshim 2-0 or they beat them 2-1, and we still get the tiebreaker to actually fight out that final spot in the Rise and Legend group.
Yeah, normally we are gonna say that, like, or I personally say that DK is gonna win over Nongshim, but right now we could see like Nongshim winning against T1 2-0, and now it's all about the final match, so it's gonna be really interesting. Yeah, so I just want to see the tiebreaker. That's all I want, you know.
Yeah. I feel like that's
even though it's extra work, like I just want to.
It's not really extra work.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. It's extra suspense here, especially because this is for the rest of the season for these two squads. So we'll see. And a little delayed here, but thank you for the translation, dear. Yeah, as we take a look at the POM votes and how it shook on up. A little bit of surprise here, but it is BDD getting it, and a lot of that bottom row vote. There was a lot of Cuz votes there, and one base PETA.
Interesting. So the Peter vote, very based,
yes.
No notes. Peter vote, it's like trophy vote, you know, you can never be mad. Different reasons, same end result. I wonder, how do we feel about this?
Without Soup and Chijiji.
Yes, like all the analysts.
I'm not drawing any big conclusions, but the analysts universally agreed, and so did Jonas Strong,
who actually observed the game, you know, by himself.
and is known to be a genius.
True.
Very famously.
Yes.
In predictions and in League of Legends.
That's true. He also almost bowls a 300. That means his predictions are almost always right. He can see the future. All right, well, let's get to the comments here. Starting off with our analyst here on the desk, Cuz voters.
I was not a fan of the Wukong pick. I don't think that should have worked, but guess what? It did. The fact that you were able to play that well into a counter matchup, I think is really impressive. I think that Cuz has just been in incredible form ever since he kind of rose up again after really a kind of slumpy 4 months of the starter split. But mid-May, he started accelerating, and I think we're still in a Cuz meta as of right now.
It's not a meme, because meta is real. But not only that, I just really like the macro from the KT, and I think jungler is the main shot caller for the tempo-wise in the early game mainly. So I feel like the reason why KT having a clean early game is because of like him communicating about his jungle pathing, and also like synchronize their tempo in terms of like early skirmishes. So I really like the way how they played today, especially.
As it's a recurring theme. I do like the coordination between the two. That's kind of cute. Helios and Coke. I don't know what the sound of Cosmeta is. It's like, can you hear this? No. I'm just wondering what is the sound. You know, is it cool? Is it just saying Cosmeta really loudly? Is it Cos just yelling at you? Like, well, is it anything we can't possibly comprehend?
I think it sounds like a 2-0 over DRX. That's what it sounds like.
Clean 2-0, nothing to see here.
2-0, nothing to see here. That's the Cosmeta. But that wasn't our only vote here, as we had a Peter vote as well. Peter, your play always brings a smile to my face.
Peter is one of the few players that Aux will just genuinely love. There's no sarcasm. There's no bite. He just loves Peter.
Well, I'm
He's just a fan.
I'm surprised that he didn't vote for Cus, but once we talked about the All Pro, and if there is an All Pro like between like the round 1 and round 2, then he literally said he's gonna pick Cus for the All Pro first, and he didn't pick for Cus. Well, he played so good.
Didn't matter. We've still been a vote down.
Yeah, we'll get to that kind of.
Okay, yeah, a little scoundrel.
One more comment here from our broadcast team. It's Prince with BDD. Can you charm me too, pretty?
Damn, Prince. He's thirsty.
Is it just a please? What? Yeah, got a little hot in here. I know it's summer and you've heard the casters talk about it gets a little hot in here, but
okay.
Jeez, Prince.
Okay.
Woo.
Okay.
I thought me actually asking for owner's phone number was direct, but that's a whole new level.
I know. He's just being more direct. All right, let's get to it. It is standings time, as it is KT moving on up ahead of D+ because they got the 2-0 win, which then sets the showdown now. D+ need to 2-1 victory over Nongshim to get the tiebreaker. If it's 2-0, they're in. If it's a loss, KT's roller coaster will finish above equilibrium.
It's literally the final match of the season.
Yes!
That decides it. It's 4 versus 6.
So good.
I can't wait.
It's so good, man.
So good.
You know what else you can't wait for?
The end to the undefeated streak.
The end to the undefeated streak. And there's only one team that can do it.
Wait, why am I
One
wearing green?
team!
Why am I wearing green? Why am I wearing green?
They're both wearing green.
I'm also green, by the way.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You should leave that on. Don't take your shirt off here. We're on broadcast. Nope. Stay shirted.
This is green.
Let's go, bro. Be remembered as history makers. iPad is green. You can't un-iPad it. Or we can just enjoy perfection in Gen G. I hope both teams have fun. We'll see. See you in a little bit.
Hello and welcome back. With MSI just around the corner, our secret newsroom has been tracking the global leagues, and all eyes are on the road to MSI. Let's jump on the must-know updates from the latest international leagues. First up is the LEC. The LEC playoffs are in full swing, and the road to MSI is getting clear day by day. One team has already locked in their spot. Here's the story behind the result. Let's take a look at what has happened. 6 teams made it to the LEC playoffs. Carmine Corp, Fnatic, Movistar Koi, and G2 placing in the top 4, starting in the upper bracket with an extra coin in their hands. Meanwhile, Giant X and Team Heretics found themselves in the lower bracket with no room for mistakes. In round 1, in the upper bracket, Movistar Koi took down Carmine Corp in a close 3-2 victory. Then came the classic rivalry between Fnatic and G2. G2 came out on top with a 3-1 win, moving on to round 2. With a new mid laner in the team, Movistar Koi had momentum on their side, but standing in their way was none other than G2, the perennial powerhouse of Europe. So what happened between them? G2 are leading the series 2-1 as Game 4 begins. In the bot lane, the 2 mid laners clash, and Caps pulls off a brilliant solo kill. Oh no, Jojo Kun. Was that a costly misstep under pressure? With the momentum fully in G2's favor, they march down into the base to close out the series. Labrov lands the hook, and G2 immediately take down Victor, and in the blink of an eye, G2 tore through Movistar Koi's base, cleanly finishing the game in dominant fashion. With a 3-1 win over Movistar Koi, is this the return of the Kings of EU? G2 punches their ticket straight to the finals and secures their spot at MSI. In the post-game lobby interview, Caps opened up about the team's struggles during the regular season. Let's hear what he had to say.
Like, what would you say has helped G2 pinpoint it and then fix it?
I think definitely scrims were a big part and stage games were a big part, but the biggest thing we had was just like, I think it was the 3rd of May. I remember the date. It was like
in your calendar, like
yeah, the 3rd of May was the game changer for us for sure, because I think we had like a big talk after that. We were very unhappy. I was also very unhappy with a lot of like how we were playing the game, because it just didn't feel like we were playing like a team. We were just playing solo queue, right? Mm-hmm. And all of us were like a very good players. I have a lot of faith in everyone, but it felt like we were just playing our own game, you know? And I think after that, we started realizing, okay, maybe we actually need to make sure we do similar stuff. And after that, week after week, just trying to get on the same page. If someone wants to do something, let's go for it. Play with more confidence. We're confident taking every fight, you know? It's before that we were just like, oh, they're here, maybe we don't fight, but now we just go for it.
Proving once again they're still the rulers of Europe. Will they become the biggest threat to the East this year at MSI? Probably not. Now let's head over to the LPL. Following the end of the Rumble stage, teams battled through the Knight's Path for a spot in the bracket stage. The matchups were as follows. IG 5th place in the group Ascend faced EDG 2nd in the Nirvana group. Team WE 6th in Ascend faced LGD, who were 1st in the Nirvana group. Weibo Gaming 7th in Ascend played against TT 10th in Ascend. And 8th versus 9th, FPX battled NIP. First, IG lived up to their name, sweeping EDG 3-0. Team WE took down LGD with a 3-1 victory.
Establish themselves in Group Ascend and send themselves.
And Weibo Gaming also showed the strength of the Ascend group with a clean 3-0 sweep. And finally, with Silver Scrapes into the last game, FPX went the full distance in a nail-biting 3-2 win over NIP, securing their spot in the bracket stage. With the Knight's Path now completed, the bracket stage is just around the corner. To get a sense of how it might play out, we had a chance to speak with the LPL expert Agent Atung.
안녕하십니까. LPL 아뚱 재택요원입니다. 다음 주부터 펼쳐지는 LPL 플레이오프 관해서 어떤 빅매치가 있을지 한번 이야기 들어보는 자리가 되고자 이렇게 연락을 드리게 되었습니다. 수많은 매치업이 있지만요, 우리 또 한국인 선수들이 많이 포진되어 있는 AL과 WE, 타잔, 칼, 그리고 태윤, 카리스 선수가 맞붙기 때문에 이 매치업도 굉장히 재밌을 것 같습니다. 하지만 무엇보다 가장 중요한 매치는 BLG 대 IG가 아닐까 생각을 합니다. BLG 탑 빈 선수와 IG 탑 더샤이 선수가 맞붙는다. LPL을 대표하는 탑솔로들 간의 신구 대전도 굉장히 재밌을 것 같고요. 무엇보다 BLG의 바텀이 누굽니까? 엘크온, 차타공인 중국의 최고의 바텀. 하지만 IG의 갈라 메이코 바텀도 퍼포먼스가 정말 많이 올라왔기 때문에 엘크온과 갈라 메이코의 바텀 대전이 굉장히 재밌지 않을까. BLG 대 IG는 충분히 빅매치다. 현재 또 퍼포먼스가 매서운 두 팀이기 때문에 이번 주 LPL 이 매치 하나만큼은 꼭 보셨으면 좋겠다라고 생각합니다. 자, 이상 LPL 재택근무요원 아뚱이었습니다. 오랜만에 인사드리게 되어서 영광이었습니다.
Working from the shadows and from home, these were Agent Atung's insights on the bracket stage. The LPL's big matchups are also just around the corner. We can't wait to see what twists and turns await us next. And now here's a speed round of secret newsroom headlines. Team Liquid faced off against C9 in the playoffs. C9 came out swinging, quickly taking a 2-0 lead in the series. Team Liquid subbed in Umpty for Game 3 to shift the momentum, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, in the LCK, the regular season is still underway. Flying Oyster is dominating with a perfect 7-0 record, showing no signs of slowing down. With playoffs on the horizon, can any team put a stop to their dominance? And that wraps up today's intel. We're now starting to see the MSI lineups take shape, and soon our secret boardroom agents will be reconvening. Our secret agents will continue their missions working tirelessly to help LCK teams chase victory on the international stage. And our next intel drop will come straight from the secret boardroom. This has been Codename Cartographer, and I will leave you once again with the wise words of Atlas. Stick around soon, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye!
오케이 브리온 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. We have one more series for you this evening. This one with a few less stakes, I guess you could say. But every single match counts because, of course, no reset, no nothing like that. They're going to be taking these exact stats into the next round.
I also think it depends on the context because, the less stakes for Legend of Riot's group implications.
Indeed.
But in terms of an undefeated streak for round 1 and 2, and in terms of a certain blue shell narrative, there's a lot of stakes on hand.
Absolutely. We were going to get to that because as you can see here, Gen.G sitting at 17-0. There have been a couple of games that they have lost here and there, and so they haven't made it into the plus 30s or anything like that just yet, but a perfect season. They can smell it. It is right there. And do you know who's also right there? The Bros. With blue side advantage. Blue side, you say? Blue shell. Indeed. Indeed. Tougher the opponent, the stronger the bro. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do here. Edgar saying we perform better against strong teams. That is entirely true.
Yeah, it's such a crazy thing to say, but it's just they pull out of the bag.
They do.
Still,
do you know what it is? It's the power of taxpayer channel points.
Well, I actually have a statement to make.
Oh yeah,
because so obviously the win record, we've had a lot of bro tax paid over the course of round 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But the win record of bro hasn't been that fantastic. Well, there's a reason. Bro has actually been withholding those funds and saving them for today, and now
my God,
your contributions 1 for 1. Any bro tax you pay today will be doubled towards this match.
Exactly.
So make sure you get your bro tax in.
Yep.
Support your team. Everything in on this match. We need your funds to take down Gen.G and end the undefeated streak. This is what everything has been coming towards. All your bro tax paid so far. It all comes down to this. So please, bro taxes in the chat. We need them today more than ever.
Thank you so much, Salesman Orcs. That's what we needed. That's what the bros needed. You may not be able to see bro matching the funds for the taxes, but trust us, okay? That's just the motto. Trust us.
100%.
It's happening. Don't worry. All of your bro tax is going to get doubled. As the Croco versus the Canyon, two angry monsters in the jungle here, facing off, and looking forward to seeing how this one is going to go as the bros with their fancy jackets making their way out into LoL Park to see whether they can stop the 18-0.
A tall task. For one, I think the bros...
I mean, Polo especially. You give him a tall task, tall guy. Look at that. Nailed it already.
You know, if we had a competition, which League of Legends team was the best at screwing in light bulbs, he would be number one.
Any team with Polo is the winner in that regard. Unless it's a really high up one, and then you might need a bit of team coordination and maybe the pros.
I think by default having Polo would help out. If it was a very low light bulb for some reason,
then maybe Showmaker would win. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, what I'm definitely sure about is that this team is really good at playing League of Legends at this point in time. Chovy also with a bit of a grin on his face because he knew that we were about to bring up his stats, which have a bunch of firsts on them. The LCK firsts are gone, though.
Yeah, look, though. First CSD at 15, first GD at 15.
That is kind of insane.
You know what that is?
What is that?
Brotax. Brotax right there.
My God, it's at work.
That is how you know it's working. How can we prove it? Oh, that is just direct proof. That's how we can provide.
And the best part is they were money-based statistics.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
There's no disputing it. There's no arguing with that.
You're basically donating to the Boris on the bro side of the map. That's what you're doing, so that he can make pay cuts and allow them to get their items for cheaper. Oh, your Brotax is so important.
If at this point you don't believe, there's no convincing you.
Yeah. Well, actually, you're just dumb at that point. I'll go out and say it. I'm ready to say it. You're just dumb if you don't believe in the Brotax and the power of the Brotax. Okay?
It's been proven.
It has.
Scientifically.
No shadows on this doubt.
Yeah, this isn't like Curses where we have to still run the science and we still have Chronicler not believing. This is widely believed in the scientific community.
Yeah.
It's like when people say, oh, it's a theory. No, there's thousands of sources, you know.
I'd say this is about as clear-cut as 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is. That and 1 × 1 = 1. 1 × 0 = 0.
It's math.
I had to get binary again, you know, 1s and 0s, things like that.
It's a known quantity.
It is known. It is known. And no amount of people that had a dream about a possible different outcome could say otherwise.
But there's one thing that isn't known.
What's that?
How much? How much Brotax is enough? We don't know. It's a large number.
We may discover the upper limit here today.
Yeah, we know it is a very large number needed today.
Yes.
So all we can ask is for your unwavering...
And if you're going to have a conversation, you don't even need to necessarily say that it's Brotax. As long as you've highlighted your comment, it's Brotax. It's fine. So you can just keep chatting away. Even if you're a Gen G fan, just highlight your comment. That'll go to the Brotax fund. Don't you worry about it. All right, let's dive into the draft here. Get into game number 1 as the pros, because of your Brotax, had side selection moving into this game.
It pays off again.
It had nothing to do with the fact that they didn't have side selection the first round robin. As the Pantheon is going to be their elected ban, the Vi is going to be taken away as well, as we are banning junglers.
Yeah, we've seen Canyon lean towards the tank junglers a good amount, and it might end up being a similar situation here with Pantheon, Xin Zhao, and Vi taken off the table, setting up a lot of priority towards maybe like Wukong being left open and available still. I've seen Croco definitely being more of a carry jungler. Skarner being taken away as well. So for me, standouts right now, Wukong, Sejuani, Poppy, in terms of the jungle pool.
But
and we'll
the
see.
Taliyah and Azir are both up and available as well.
Yep, as well as all the top laners we often see banned.
Yeah, I'd like to see a Taliyah ban. I think that is standing out the most for me.
I don't know, because...
All right, Wukong.
So they do go for that Wukong, deny that. The thing is, if they could end up first picking this Taliyah, but I think Chovy's okay picking something else into it, and then you get first choice of top laners.
What is Morgan do? The Rumble makes a lot of sense. I think as far as our top laners that are happy to play into Rumble, Keen is among them. His champion pool is pretty large. But this does make a whole lot of sense as far as the first pick is concerned. Good utilization of the blue side here for the bros to start it off. As Gen G, what is going to be the response? Because this can really warp things. That is a Nidalee being considered.
Scary to deal with, especially with so many junglers taken out of the pool already. This could be jungle. It could also be top lane, in theory, into the Rumble. Keeping the options open. We'll see what comes in as the second pick.
All right. It could be Nidalee Kennen, and then we've locked in 2 Dumb One skins. And then Twisted Fate for Chovy. and then Jin Leona to round it out.
It could also not be. It could also just not be that, you know?
That'd be fun, though. Imagine that. Just taking the full Damwon Gaming skin line as the Keen Sante again.
I don't think this is good.
No, it's not.
Picking that into the Rumble's a little risky. Now,
I didn't know that we were going to utilize the Brotax in order to play interference on the other side.
Yeah, 21.4% win percentage you're feeling good about. Now, the Nidalee...
And it's Sejuani, obviously.
Sejuani, this is a really strong top side. Now, Sejuani and the Nidalee can be a little bit rough, but I think you're feeling good. This is a strong top side.
Oh, yeah.
Bose is happy with this. I think you're feeling good.
Oh, yeah, obviously set is the way. That's what you're going to do here. So you've just got the Burly Boys and Nidalee as your top side of the map. Unless Duro wants to be playing set support, it is still theoretically a flex. The K'Sante could be going mid, Nidalee could be going top, and set could be going support. There are a lot of different ways that this could be going. As Chovy is going to be playing set, guys. That's how it's going to go. He does really like set mid.
The thing is, like, you could understand how both lanes have a lot of setup for the Nidalee and how set into the Yone, you know, could be a little bit difficult if he's getting up in your face. But when you get to team fights, these 3 picks on the side of Bro, it is very uncomfortable playing melee champions into them.
Oh, yeah.
You get stun locked, you get melted, you get shredded. I think Bro are feeling good right now, and the Bro tax is working. Keep it up, guys.
Keep it up.
Cannot slow down now.
I can. Oh, yep. I'm seeing a bit of purple. It has shrunk away just a little bit, so maybe a pick is going to sneak through the draft. As the Alistair is going to be taken away from Duro. That makes a lot of sense.
It's important.
Yep, Rakan going to be removed. The Poppy's still up and available. And the crazy thing is that Talia just hasn't been looked at all and will not for the rest of this series. Or, sorry, for the rest of this game. It hasn't been Fearless banned just because it wasn't looked at. That's not how that one works. The Braum going to be taken away from Polo.
We've seen a lot of this, like, Rakan, Braum on red side, and then it's like Alistair Senna on blue side. I wonder if we see it again. In this situation, I feel like especially with this composition, like you have this short-range front line.
Yeah, I think I like the Senna ban.
The longer-range Senna really has a lot of power. It almost feels like we had this last series, this second rotation sort of ban situation.
If this is a Jin, I'm ready to just not play out the game. I'm ready to just give it to the Bros.
Pick up here, keeping the options open later. There are a lot of 80 carries open and available. You know, you have so many options though for the side up row. You could lean into something like, I mean, it's risky if you go something like the Kai'Sa, but it syncs well with the composition. Looking at potentially that Poppy, a lot of power at dealing with the Rel, so maybe one of the downsides of picking that Rel there. Yeah, Poppy Jin works pretty strong in this situation.
Oh my god.
Hard really to match in terms of the lane as well. Could also go for that Varus.
All right, Varus going to be the consideration instead. Both of them very similar, although I guess Jin does have a bit more range. That large curtain cone that he's got.
I think the Ezreal pick makes sense, given what you're playing into. A bit of a safer pick.
All right.
I honestly, you know what? Nameplate's off.
I mean, nameplate's off. We're not even playing this game. We're just going to go to game 2.
Yeah.
Nameplate's on. We might have a game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And this is the most Gen G thing to do. As far as the top side of the map, the Keen Sante, Chovy, like, choose me a random handsome melee champion in the mid lane. I want to play that. And they are just going to lock that one in. This game is all about, can Canyon get 13 kills in the first 8 minutes of the game?
Yep, it is literally that. It's all about Canyon in this game, how heavily he can snowball. You know, we have POM now, not POG. This is what I would have called a POG or bust game.
Oh yeah,
a Canyon.
I mean, it's almost a POM or bust. Like if they win with this draft, Canyon, even if he just hard feeds in the next game, he still deserves POM.
Yeah.
For being able to win this, because this is all about him on this Nidalee. I want to know something, okay? If it was, instead of this, just the Damwon Gaming 2020 skins draft, which would have been better?
Don't make me answer that question.
Oh no! The Genji meme was worse than mine! Oh, it's a disaster! But they still might win, ladies and gentlemen. They're currently 17-0. Let's get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. This game we have dubbed Canyon versus Bro. It's basically how it is looking at this point in time, unless there's a crazy snowball. Like this, I want to remind everyone that in pro play, draft is extraordinarily important because there is just a skill level that is pretty similar, you know, even between, you know, the lowest team in the LCK and the highest team in the LCK. Draft matters. And sometimes we see in solo queue that you look at a draft and you're like, man, we outrange all over the place. Our engage is amazing. This composition from the enemy team sucks. But it doesn't matter because all of your lanes lose and you just lose the game. Or you just have to flash really early because you face check a brush at level 1. Like, these things can happen and you can just lose.
Yeah, and this is the sort of early advantage you really want with this composition. Shaking things up, going for that level 1. They forced Polu out from the cover, and this was kind of the mistake that came through from Bro, because they knew Gen G were playing aggressive around that bot side because Polu got forced away by Duro. And yet Croco still opted to face check. And now we're going to get a bit of a map split situation. We'll see what Canyon can do with this, how much he can deny.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Duro is just flashing onto Hype. He may just die as a result, and in fact he does. So, okay. The power of Brotax is absurd, ladies and gentlemen.
Right before our eyes. Right before our eyes.
It's just, isn't it great? You know, like, you like donate money to charity and then they send an email back and they're like, we just saved a child's sight because of your money.
100%. People thought I was exaggerating when I said about the funds being matched for the Brotax.
I think they might be being tripled. I think we may have missed something.
I might have undersold it, you know?
My goodness.
That was certainly a play of all time.
It was a play of
And the thing
today.
is, look, I want to say something. I want to make something really clear. Because as we watch this play happen...
Do we have to?
Look, some of you are watching this and you're thinking, guys, Gen G are locked into their position. Gen G are locked into the top spot in terms of Road to MSI, in terms of their spot in Legend Group.
Yep.
And you might be thinking, okay, maybe they're not taking this game so seriously. Gen G have said they care about these records. Chovy has said he cares about these records. They care. They want to go 18-0. They are serious about this, you know? This is a team who, you know, who holds a lot of the records in the LCK for like longest undefeated game streak? It's Gen G.
Yeah.
They're smashing their own
right now, yeah, they're beating their own records. That's what they're trying to do.
That's what they often do. You know, some of the teams are like, okay, yeah, maybe HLE are goofing out a little bit. Gen G are not a team who often goof about. They're locked in.
Yep.
And so this is why it's very, this is why this is obviously Brotax at work.
Yeah, that I was waiting for you to bring it back to the relevant point, which is the fact that Brotax is a powerful thing to utilize. And I really appreciate that you guys have been making this chap up.
The mind control division that they've invested in.
I just really didn't know that it was like counter-espionage, you know?
Yeah, it's so powerful.
It's incredible work here to be done by the bros. Your Brotax really does allow them to do so much.
You know, that
Canyon is back in the enemy jungle again.
That little maneuver, that Duro death, that cost 7 million channel points.
Yeah, that was a lot of channel points. But remember, they've been donated at massive amounts throughout the year.
Yep. Saving up for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, all in for Bro is something that many teams have done, despite whether or not we actually thought they were going to win. And now it's all paying off here for this moment. This blue shell attack we've been waiting for. KT, they got relatively close. Not close enough. That's all right. Duro not going to throw his life away again here on this bottom side. And you can see Ruler is actually doing just fine in this lane, despite the fact that he did lose his metal legs horse person.
He's actually having a bit of a farm lead.
Yeah.
Some heavy damage coming on Duro. Not a fun matchup to play at this point, playing the Rel into the Poppy.
Arcing shifting forward.
Yeah, he knew the cooldowns weren't available. He's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
The effects of the Brotax not doing much to shut down Ruler yet.
Okay, Chovy's hit level 6. Suplex available for the set.
But overall, you know...
Oh my god. Ruler wants to just kill them, I guess.
He is hitting a lot of abilities.
He is. That last Mystic shot.
This is generally seen as a good thing on Ezreal.
Alright, we need more Brotax. More Brotax for the bottom lane is going to need to be invested. Obviously, there is not quite enough going on down there because despite the early death, things are still looking okay here for Ruler. As Polo getting lower and lower. Biding his time, perhaps. Looking for a heroic charge angle.
Yeah, unfortunately, the last batch of Brotax, Croco spent it all on Ruby Crystals, so we need a bit more.
Alright, Ruler not going to be found here by Polo as Canyon's moving over. Spear is not going to connect. They are just going to focus on the Dragon. Inside track picked up by Chovy. He'll be able to move his way over. And remember, Showstopper is at the ready. So he could pull anyone out of this pit if he would like to. Croco going to try and make this a 50-50 as best he can. The Hail of Arrows value is going to come on through there as it is Croco that locks it up. The Haymaker, though, keeps Chovy alive. And Closer just burns down to Duro. Gen.G will even out the kills, but the Drake goes over to Bro.
I think you're okay with that. If you're Bro, you know, at the end of the day, you get the Dragon. It's denied away. Slows the pace of the game down, taking that away from an Italy. And yes, you end up losing Closer, but the kill goes over to Duro.
Yeah. The death on Duro, the kill on Duro, 100% everything participation for the Gen.G support. Trying to pick up a Phage to start this one off, and that Haymaker was just massive. And I think it's kind of misleading, right? The sets that we've seen here in the LCK has been support. It's been Life playing it. Of course, it's sort of his signature pick here in the LCK. When you actually manage to get in there and fight, and you've got like your Pit Grit charged up, it is, like, it's a big shield. Look at this. It's massive.
It's also a ton of damage.
Yeah.
The flash is so powerful as well, being able to redirect it. You know, especially if there's a lot of mobile characters in the enemy team, it can be quite hard to land the Haymaker, but if you flash to redirect.
It is one of those spells that's still redirectable.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. Like, Galio got cancelled, you know, like you're not allowed to use the taunt then flash anymore. I feel like the Haymaker flash is one that survived that.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie, I was speaking about this the other day.
Oh, yeah.
How much of an abomination that actually was.
Oh yeah. No. It was broken.
You just used to channel the taunt in lane at level 1.
Oh, in the brush.
Yeah, they had to flash.
Yeah.
Or they die.
Yeah.
It was so funny. Not for them. For me.
It wasn't.
Playing it.
Yeah. So you just sit in a brush or you sit in the middle of the lane and you channel and they have to get the heck out and you don't even have to flash. So you just do it again. All right, Chovy going to clear out a ward. True Shot Barrage only hitting onto Croco here, and Chovy going down incredibly low. Another Haymaker to try and save his life as he doesn't have flash. He's just going to burn down. He is dead. As Keen, he has to flash away. The Permafrost is still going to connect, and there is Closer landing the ulti. The all out here from Keen as the Keen Sante is trying to stay alive, and now he's doing more than that. He wants to kill Polu. He wants to kill them all, but in fact, he just dies.
Good moves from Bro, finding the fight, finding the team fight there, able to connect on the right targets, and ultimately should be able to move towards these grubs. Canyon's still in the area. Maybe could sneak back in to pick up a grub himself, so Croco, no health, will just take one and back off, but 2 more kills coming in. Bro, happy to take those.
Oh, 100%. They have a gold lead now as well, as Chovy caught napping there a little bit, went over, killed this ward, and it looked like Gen.G had control of the pit. And they had Keen moving over, right? He wanted to be able to push Closer away. Just wasn't enough. The equalizer positioning also fantastic to deny any re-engage. Morgan, the Lord himself. Oh, man.
That ult was so good as well from Closer to follow. And the thing is, you know, it seems counterintuitive to focus everything onto the set, who obviously has that shield, who's really bulky. But you stop Chovy from able to use those tools offensively. He's playing in a defensive way. He pops the shield, doesn't really get to do much with it, and doesn't get to use the ultimate in any meaningful way, so...
All right.
Great play.
Last time it was Faker that played this, actually. 856 days ago. That is kind of nutty. Back in 2023. This was a pick that was a bit popular with a fair few of our LCK mid laners. It's the good old set mid. I feel like it was a bit earlier than 2023. Like 2020, 2019. It's times where good old set was very powerful. Chovy still farming quite well, though. You can see, in fact, farm across the board is pretty even between these two teams. It's just those extra kills that the Bros have been able to pick up. It's going to make them feel better about it, as Haymaker just to clear the wave here from Chovy by the looks.
But I think the game continues in this fashion. Bro, I'm feeling really good about it.
No, Gen G need to be very worried about the game state.
I mean, especially Canyon doesn't really have... I mean, he has a farm lead, but in terms of gold, 33?
No, it doesn't mean anything. In fact, it means bad for Gen G.
8 now ahead in gold? He's down in gold?
Yeah, that's, this is not how it's supposed to go. Still, it is Gen G. So we say all this with a fair bit of jest, you know? Because Gen G do have a just win kind of thing that they do.
I mean, that's the thing. A lot has been invested already into this game, you know?
Yeah.
We need continued funds flowing in to keep this going.
And Ruler is going to demonstrate that. True Shot Barrage is going to pop the W there as well. He even weaves the Mystic Shot towards Polo. Still, Hype is alive, does have Flash and Cleanse both available as Canyon's moving in. Finds a Spear on top of Croco. More importantly, finds Croco. Demonstrates that this is going to be a 3v3. W is going to miss there from Ruler. Still with Primal Surge, Ruler's able to stick around here for quite some time. And I think if this game isn't going to be won by Canyon, then maybe it is just going to be won by Ruler. Maybe that's how it has to go.
Yeah, it's seeming like a rely on Ruler instead sort of angle. See if he can measure up.
Well, there's the face breaker as Closer is going to lock down Trophy for quite some time. Still,
I feel like Closer wants that Demolish proc so badly.
Yep.
But just is so concerned about stepping up to the tower when Chovy's there and finishing it off.
Oh, the plate just goes to no one. A little bit sad. Rook Earn is completed here for Keen, so the lane is going to feel a little better for this Cassante.
The thing is, you know, that item is so good into the Rumble in terms of like the isolated lane, but into Bro's composition in general, it doesn't feel very good.
Yeah,
a lot of
it's not
AD
gonna be
damage.
doing much of anything, yeah.
Yeah. Like even like Sejuani and Poppy, like, you know, they're not doing that much damage, but as far as tanks go, a lot of AD damage on them.
True.
So yeah, do you see the Stride Breaker coming in from Chovy?
Yep, starting to get a bit of this money together, but as is Hype, Ghostblade is now completed. You can see Ruler is struggling to take these piercing arrows as well as he used to. Spear connects onto Polu. Too much else going to come of it as Hype pretty laser focused as far as this accuracy is concerned. And Chemtech Dragon. No Chemtech Souls all day, by the way. Just want to say shout out to you, Ox.
Do my best.
Really is paying attention here today. It's good to see. Chovy was thinking about walking towards Closer and breaking his face. Decides that he does not want to do that. It's the name of the ability, by the way, guys, if you're not too versed in set. I wasn't actually going to like that. It sounded a little morbid, didn't it?
It sounds pretty violent. There are some violent ability names. You know?
Yeah. One of them did get changed.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because then it brings into question all of the other ones. You know, like if one of them had to be changed, like what are we doing here?
And also there's a newer one, which is arguably more violent.
Yeah. Yeah, the public execution.
Yeah.
Like maybe they're saying, oh, we're publicly executing our tax deductions. You know, like maybe that's what they're talking about, and you can get away with it that way.
A road tax reference?
Yeah, there we go. Got to keep it relevant here, Ox. As the Dragon going to be taken here by the Bros. That is the second one. It is an Infernal Soul, this game as well.
Big.
Oh, man, it feels really good to be a Bro fan here right now. Keep that influx of tax going, please.
I mean, you say it feels really good to be a Bro fan right now. It always feels good to be a Bro fan.
All right. It feels extra good to be a Bro fan.
Thank you. I appreciate the correction.
Yeah, no, I really should have known better, to be honest. As Chovy hits level 11, that is going to be Suplex level 2. Feeling good about having that, but not feeling good about the game state. 800 gold, the disadvantage for Gen G. Feels like a whole lot more, especially when you don't have the dragons backing you up as well. Oftentimes, early game compositions can rely on getting a soul, give them that extra power, allow their composition to get over the line. This will be a hard composition to get through, especially with Lethality Varus. But maybe it won't be because it's Rumble and it's Yone. They don't really worry.
Have a lot of DPS overall. Now they all got the Herald. Will we see Bro contest?
Oh, they are moving over. Teleport is going to bring them in as Closer off to the side. There's a heroic charge. As a big shield from Duro, and the equalizer, fantastic once again, right on top of Chovy, but he just walks his way out, and now Keen continuing to fight here. The dive forward from Duro, he gets a big heal from that Primal Surge, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end as the re-engage comes through the face breaker, the haymaker, it's Chovy all over again, and the Brotax ain't enough to save them in that fight.
Gen.G's team fighting so crisp, so clean, and the bros get baited in, ain't able to clean up there. Now, Mystic Shot doesn't connect. Herald comes through. I thought Canyon was going to chase after him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, that's not the driving I was expecting. Never mind, it's okay. I think Ruler really wanted that blue buff. I think that's what it was.
And now we see, you know, it just seems mirrored, Chovy and Keen, both these just melee champions being on the towers, but the problem is they focus quite a lot on the Duro here, and this kind of meant Chovy was free to have so much value. He drags Polo into the team, massive slam, massive amount of damage, immediately Crocker and Hyper low. Ruler?
Oh, in the Ruler spot. Well, there is your Brotax at work, ladies and gentlemen. Grabbing a kill onto Ruler here.
Keep it rolling. We need those funds.
Yep. That's exactly right. I don't see very much purple in the chat at this point in time. Thankfully, they did have enough to convince Ruler to overextend a little bit in this mid lane. But yeah, Chovy finding that angle in that last fight as we're going to have a look at this once again. This was how Ruler did die.
I'm assuming he wanted to kill Hype.
Arcane shift forward situation. At least he denies Hype from getting the kill. There is that.
A little bit unfortunate Hype wasn't able to get that. Would have been nice to get that influx of gold, but yeah, certainly one of those moments.
Yeah, a bit of a Ruler.
You know, we've all made plays like that on Ezreal.
We absolutely have. Ruler gets away with it in pro for his entire career, though. That's the impressive part.
Yeah, and now look, this is a difficult dive to pull off.
It is. Chovy holding onto his buttons here, and that is very important.
You know what? Sometimes your Brotax pays for play. Sometimes your Brotax pays for play not to happen. that's what happened right there.
That's it.
They just walked away.
I'm looking at the chat. It's pretty purple right now. That actually that saved the three of them's lives.
Yeah, they would have done it. That would have been a Chovy triple kill, and you know that's what would have happened. So.
It's like you're watching your favorite streamer and you get to do the voice, the text-to-speech, which just says, "Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." And then they listen.
It's too real.
Yep. That's precisely what happened. All right, traps being set up around Canyon's jungle here as the position in this game for Gen.G is looking better, but I think they're going to have to augment this with a teamfight win around an objective. You know, lock down this next dragon 30 seconds time. It's likely going to be a very important one, as Kane is very hard to kill with magic damage. Just want to say that.
That Blade Run King going to help. Unfortunately, Hype didn't get that earlier gold influx for the Ruler shutdown. Doesn't have his mana immune yet, but neither does Ruler. 15 seconds for the next dragon. This will be feats of strength, and if Bro get it, it will put them on soul point.
Oh my goodness. It's feats of strength for both teams.
Yep.
Whoever picks this up, it's very, very important. On top of it, like, Gen.G needs to deny soul point right now. If that doesn't happen, I feel like the Bros just have such a long leash in this game.
I honestly think they won't, but I honestly think Bro could afford to let this one go.
They could. It is a huge boon for them, but it's more important that Gen.G deny it.
Yeah. It's just that I feel like the game's in a delicate spot at the moment.
But if you take your foot off the gas,
it looks like
it's just gone.
They're letting it go. I honestly, I think this might be the right call. I think pushing into an area where you don't have vision, there's a lot that could backfire. And I think it's just taking the time to scale up. They know that team fighting is going to be stronger later. I think that was a smart call to make.
Yeah.
And a hard call to make. It's not easy to say, hey, like, let's not fight this.
I'm going to be pretty bothered if Gen.G win this game with this composition. I love it, right? Like, I've seen them play this style of comp before, and it's fun to watch, but the Bros comp is so good, and it's so good into exactly what Gen.G has.
Yeah.
They should not be able to get away with this.
They are Gen.G, though.
And that's why we require your Brotax.
Yep.
because otherwise they could get away with this. And in fact, even with all the Rotex in the world, they may not. Oh, golly gee. Ruler in this mid lane will be able to defend the outer turret once again. Morgan down towards the bottom side. He's going to try and get a little bit of tempo here by pushing out that bot lane. Teleports at the ready for everyone.
Oh, both AD carries refilled at the same time and got their upgraded mirror mana, so big spikes coming in. And Arakan on the top side of the map, so that's going to be a focal point, at least until the next dragon spawns.
Yeah, Morgan actually finding Keen here. Keen does not care. He built items to kill this one guy. Well, to not die to this one guy. And so this one guy is probably not going to be able to kill him.
Yeah, biggest lead in favor of Keen, so...
Yeah, it's actually kind of nuts.
I even got a second item finished.
Ooh. Well, another arcane shift forward. This time there's no one waiting in the wings to try and take him down. And in fact, it's Ruler that has the friends. All right, can they stand away from these spears? You know, that's the big question. As Hype not able to dodge the Mystic Shot, but I think the spear would have hurt more. So as far as pick your poison is concerned, he won that battle.
The problem though, Genji, if they get control and start to land this poke, now Hype in a position where it's like, well, does he have to recall all that help? Are we going to lose control of Arakan? The vision control heavily favors Genji. And even if you land an arrow from Varus, it can just be healed up by Nidalee.
Yeah. It's poke and counter poke as Chains of Corruption just picks the gap. And this tower is very not long for this world. Keen able to get out of there as once again Duro going in the Magnet Storm to save his top laner's life, but maybe not his own. As Chovy going to separate Croco, just utilizes the showstopper, takes out the jungler, and maybe it's time for an Otacon, but 1-for-1 trade, perhaps it's just not enough.
No, TP's coming in.
Okay,
looks like they're committing to it.
It is enough.
And Bro not going to be able to move over there in time, it seems. So Arakan going to be secured by Genji. They got what they wanted out of the play. Slow and calculated. They find the advantage, taking out Croco. Oh, that's just...
Oh, man. The side step, really nice.
That's just rude.
Yeah, and that cancels the back, so no one's... they're definitely not going to contest. So let's have a look at this one more time.
So ult, unfortunately, doesn't connect there.
That's actually 6 points. There were 4 posts. That's like AFL.
They land a CC chain on a Keen, but just not quite enough damage from Closer to finish him off. And then Duro goes down, but Croco has to commit so heavily for it. When Chovy comes in, it's just an easy grab and finish. If Keen had died there, they wouldn't be able to just TP him in and go for the Arakan. So big boon there for Genji. They're now 3,000 gold ahead.
And they get the dragon as well previously, so they can start stacking it up in a minute and a half's time, utilizing that extra money and extra stats and experience, things like this from that Otacon.
Yeah.
Big deal. And despite the fact that we were saying like Genji didn't manage to get like a big enough lead early on, things like this, Canyon is still 100% kill contribution, hasn't died, 2 items now completed on the Nidalee. Is there anything that you really can do to stop him from just being valuable on this champion? Isn't this champion supposed to get less valuable as the game goes on? I have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
He's doing more now.
He is doing a lot.
All right, well, I don't think I'm going to have that one in.
I think
it's more of a
way
rhetorical.
They're playing around vision, harassing with the poke, and also denying the poke from the Varus. Healing through anything Hype throws at them.
Yeah.
Really frustrating, and they have control over this area. The vision control they have, if you look towards the dragon, just choking Bro out of the map.
And the Keen Sante. It's doing it. This is probably the top lane pick that we groan about the most here in the LCK at the moment, which is kind of weird because we used to groan about it for a different reason, which was because it was way too overpowered. Now, hasn't been able to string more than a couple of wins together here in the LCK. Hasn't been looking that good. Keen in this game, though, able to play that front line quite effectively, and the Chovy set, oh my god, the hubris on this man is absurd.
The Overlord's Bloodmail, maximizing the Haymaker damage.
Yeah.
Croco is collecting cinders, I guess, is the game plan.
Huh. All right, well, it's going to be a lot of fun seeing whether the Bros can get themselves in position around this Baron. You can see for now, we're actually looking pretty good. Lots of pings coming out from Genji, though. They know what's going on. Brodu back away. Chovy clearing our vision once again. Did get into a bit of trouble around that particular ward in the past. Not quite going to work out as Hype does. Find a piercing arrow onto Chovy. Chovy shrugs it off entirely. Health regen pretty good for good old Set, just in general. He was able to walk it off. And the smallest lead in this game is, in fact, Chovy. So Closer might have to be the difference maker in some of these fights.
Does have a lot of farm. 2-level lead for Canyon, who has a 50 CS lead in the jungle. Yeah, that is what Nidalee does.
That's a thanks Artican situation there a little bit, but as well as the fact that he's just been farming pretty consistently in this game. Chovy punches the minion wave and will be able to just back away. Croco moving down towards the bottom side, not able to get too much else done. The outer turret still stands. 3 turrets to 1 is a decent representation of where the gold advantage is. The gold advantage is still not very large at all. The Drakes have been equalized. Artican is going to swing things in favor of Gen G just a little bit.
Still very playable.
It is. Your Brotax can still make a difference.
Croco did just spend his Brotax on a Zeke's conversions though.
Huh. Well, sometimes you just want to Zekely converge.
Thanks, Zeke.
That's all I've really got for you.
Oh.
Barrage going to hit Hype.
Is that enough? So, like, I'm not even kidding, like, for them to stop threatening Baron, just having Hype that low. Because he has to recall now.
And also there's, okay,
yeah, that is
Canyon says
enough.
Yes. He's already on top of it. Keen gonna move over. Ruler also gonna get on in there. Croco is in position, but Duro, he can certainly stop this Sejuani from getting in. But he is able to just walk on over. Doesn't have a whole lot of friends in the vicinity, and look at this, there are wards everywhere for Gen G. Closer looking to get in, unbinds the soul pretty early on, and the Baron down to 5k. Croco could possibly get in here as Polu's going to evict Ruler. That is a lot of the damage now missing from the fight, but the 3-man queue comes through from Keen. He goes all out, tries to get into that backline as he does die, but it allows Ruler to get back into the fight. Now Chovy, it's his turn to frontline, but they chain CC him. They destroy him, and it's Hype that picks up a triple. Is it a pentarangle? That's the question. The answer is, do they even survive against Canyon? He really wanted that one. The Mystic Shot, though, is what cuts down Closer. And these health bars are too low. Ruler is hiding them out, but it's Hype that finds the arrow. And Canyon, he will be able to stop them from getting over here because they have about 100 health collectively. Still, that is a bro team fight win. Thank you for the Brotax.
It's paying off. They're still in it, able to find the fight here, and Gen G turn up the Baron, trying to find the fight. Initially, the engage comes in onto Hype, but the follow-up isn't quite there. This ult from Polu knocking Ruler away, so much value. Canyon actually pulls away towards the top side of the map, and the CC that comes down locks up Keen. We see them also turning onto Chovy, this melee blender composition working so well to deal with these threats, and it gets a little bit scary here. Low health bars into Ezreal Nidalee is not a fun time, but fortunately they're able to pull away. And then this arrow from Hype, he flashes the spear here, goes out of vision, and then snipes Ruler.
Oh man, through the trees. I didn't see it and he was just dead. And I think that was probably something that Ruler can relate to. Now, a fight around this next Infernal Dragon, but not before. This outer turret does go down in the mid lane. They've been working on that for quite some time.
5-0-5 on Hype, by the way.
Hype is a monster. The power of KT towards the end of the season, right? Remember, that's where he's been loaned from.
Oh,
it was,
the power
you know what?
of KT and Bro combined?
Exactly. And remember, like, this is a loan, right? This is OK Savings Bank Breon, and your Brotax is paying for this right now. Do you think Hype would be here? Did you see the previous game? It was Bull that was playing. There was not enough Brotax to even afford Hype in the first series this week.
They had to allocate the funds.
They did. And look at how much better they look. I'm not even kidding. I think Hype looks reinvigorated moving back onto the roster here.
4 full items now with the Serelda's picked up, so he is doing damage. And there's not that much armor across the board from Gen G anyway. Like the Thornmill is coming for Keen with the unending. There's the Zhonya's from Canyon, but
another just give Dragon?
I don't think this is the right call. I think, you know, give Dragon 1, okay. Give Dragon 2, give Dragon 3.
Maybe not when it's a triple stack Infernal as well. That is feeling
Well,
worrisome.
there is something worse than Give Dragon 3.
Give Dragon 5?
Yes, and Give Dragon 4. So let's, you know what? Let's hope they don't do that again.
Yeah. We can possibly figure that out. Stacking on top of each other into Chovy is scary, guys. Don't do that.
Need some more bro tax if we won the next
Yes.
Dragon. That is for sure.
Yeah. We'll double check on that. There is some more purple. There's a knockup on a Chovy. Your money at work immediately. But the Haymaker, oh my god, that did so much. That Bloodmail, man, that really does work with this set. My god.
Yeah, he gets low.
We never see that item, but when it works, it really works.
It is the set item.
It is.
It is literally set the item.
I play other games where you have like signature items for characters. I didn't know we had them in League of Legends, but apparently we do.
Croco, Krugs, not that important. They were on a control ward as well.
And we didn't even see whether he got the Krugs.
Guys, this is the lack. He felt like he had to do Krugs because of the bro tax.
Yeah.
The lack of it.
Yeah, he needed the money. He couldn't afford the next item. The Baron is just gone as a result. And bro, can they corral them? Can they kill some of these Barons? Slow down Gen G. Oh, Chovy thinks that maybe he's going to kill them. Canyon chasing after them as well, spears in hand. Chovy's just going to walk it off though. Hail of Arrows going to work there as True Shot Barrage focused on the wave. And Bro don't lose anyone, but they do lose the Baron and the Dragon, and they haven't really been able to fight for any objectives for the last 15 minutes.
They're just saving up for the next objective.
And they have to save up. There's not enough time. Oh no, we need to stop it.
Oh!
As Oz is going to try and ult his way out. That was such a weird interaction.
Yeah,
At least he ate the showstopper.
Chovy just grabbed air.
Yeah. Slam dunk.
Well, ult down from both parties there. Bro looking for an angle here though.
Yeah, Croco.
I feel like they can go for something maybe, but they'll just be happy warding them away. Once again, it's about 3,000 gold lead. It's not insurmountable, but it is still advantage to Gen G. They have the feats of strength, they have the Arakan, they have those 3 Infernal Dragons. It's in favor for them, but this game is still very winnable for Bro.
Chovy is like, he's gone to the thrift store, man. He's got all of the vintage items. It's so cool.
They are very cool items.
I felt like it's time for like more Warmogs to be built, just with the amount of like skirmishing going low and then needing to reset that's been happening. And Chovy's just going to go and build it. Of course, lots of health scaling and stuff like that for this set. Will make him just feel a whole lot better. But it's just cool seeing these items utilized. As Gen G will be able to get the shove, take down this inner turret in the mid lane there. Playing this 4-1 actually kind of beautifully. It was the 4-stack on the top side of the map with Keen in mid. Now they've moved Chovy towards the bottom side as Canyon needs to go golden. He will, as there's the Magnus Storm as well. The Superplex to bring out Morgan, but the Keeper's Verdict gets rid of the set. How is Canyon alive? Why? What? How did you? What? It's not allowed. Morgan now is just going to get punched by Chovy 3 times and he's dead. This is not fair. We paid out bro tax. They were supposed to survive. How are 3 dead and Canyon's still alive?
Now Gen G looking to push for the end.
I agree with you, Digon. That was BS. That was not fair.
So much was spent. So much was spent on this game. I don't know if we can recover.
I don't think so. First Nexus turret gonna go down. The Haymaker's doing so much damage as the Keen Sante is going all out as they look for the last remaining kill. There it is. Kill comes through. That is the ace. 0-0-10 for Canyon on this Nidalee as they destroy the Nexus. 1 away from the perfect season here for Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G, you know, a comp that is very them, and they make it work. They find the confidence.
By the way, do you see this stat that we've got here? Chovy's max W damage was 2,600.
At full health without the Bloodmail passive.
What?
Oh wait, so that's if it, so that's without
max W damage, so max grit, full health.
Max grit, but without the Bloodmail passive taken into account. Okay,
so if he had that all taken into account, that would like one-shot hype.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, I have some bad news, Max.
What's that?
I just got in touch with the Bro Tax Financial Division.
Oh no.
And they've said, do you want to know what percentage of the Bro Tax funds were used in that game?
Oh no, what is it?
137%.
Oh god, so we're gonna need you guys to please try and make up the deficit.
We overspent a little bit and
Yeah.
we didn't get the win. We need Brotax desperately now.
And the really rough part is that was an eclectic draft, to say the least. Bro's got their hands on some good stuff, but let's see whether your Brotax can carry them out in game number 2. Time to take a short break. When we get back at game number 2, the Space also going to try and break that game number 1 down.
요네 플래시 체크 안 되고 요네 노공. 뽀삐 노플. 네, 요네 맞바로 갈게. 요네 플래시 있을 것 같아요. 뽀삐 노플이고. 요네 이타, 요네 이타. 뽀삐 죽일게요. 센 거 봐. 요네 노플. 탑. 1초. 거실 없네? 엘레벳. 너무 그냥. 엘레벳 뭐야, 진짜로. 그냥.
황금란 오늘 알을 깨다 못해 상대방을 부셨습니다. 대 배치하자니 이니시를 해야 되는데 두면은 뭔가 조합의 그 색깔이 옅어지는 거고요. 예. 그런 부분에서 지금 BNK가 인원 배치에 되게 어려움을 겪고 있어요.
치열한 전투 1대2. 오, 이겨낼 수 있어요? 버틸 수 있어요?
아니
한 명을 잡아요? 잡아냅니다! 그리고 생존 뒤로
웃으면서 죽었어요.
해냈거든요.
네, 내가 굴 챔피언이다.
Come on, get him! There he is.
Hey.
He's like, I'm finished. I only wanted to kill your brother.
없긴 한데.
이걸 흘렸어요?
무빙이 트립을 잡고.
아니 이걸 빙나기야. 에이밍요. 아니 하려고 트리플 게임들이 잡으라. 에이밍 하이프. 한 번 더. 잠시만요. 고마워요 두꺼비군. 두꺼비가 물어떴습니다. 야생의 두꺼비. 오늘은 자연의 힘도 오케이 무연중으로 다가가주네요. 대자연의 기운. 이게 대기하고 있는 초록입니다. 이러면 어떡해요?
요리 꿀 봐라.
카메라 보고 편하게 말씀해 주시면 됩니다.
네.
그 친해지는 과정에서
네.
루안이 형, 주현이 형 최근에 좀 그랬던 에피소드가 있나요? 루안이 형의 장난을 받아주는 좀 취향 가나 모건 선수가
네. 네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
대학원인데요. 혹시 진짜 가는 게 있으신가요?
언제 습관이요? 아, 인터뷰할 때 습관이요? 아니, 저는 잘 모르긴 하는데.
입으로
네. 이게 제 그냥 평상시 말할 때도 살짝 습관 같은 거라 제가 입술이 좀 자주 말라가지고 주변 지인들은 모르는데 제가 이제 한 번씩 개인 방송 같은 걸 하면 이제 팬분들이 한 번씩 그런다고 알려주시긴 하더라고요. 뭔가 딱히 좋은 습관은 아닌 것 같은데 이게 고칠 수 있으면 잘 고쳐봐야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
We need a hug.
We just saw taxes being misappropriated in that last game, as it was close, but not enough. As Gen.G go to 1-0. Series not done yet, but Gen.G, they pick the bulky boy draft and get it done here in game number 1.
I mean, I thought it was winnable. Like, the draft, especially. I thought Gen.G was just trying some new stuff.
No, Gen.G was being boring. Can't believe they brought that.
Like, seriously?
Set mid, they're priority picking Cassante for some unknown reason.
Look at the draft. They got the blue side, got the Rumble, Yone Sejuani.
It's so cooked.
And the Varus, by the way.
Not only that, so the draft is one thing, right? And I think we did really highlight that first trio is one of the reasons why blue side's OP. That trio right there, absolutely mind-bogglingly strong. Then you also get the Poppy. I don't think this is the best Poppy draft, by the way. I think there's a lot of better ones, but it's still in Terrell Cassante quite good. And then not only do Gen.G have a draft that just makes you go, kind of whatever, which, as we thought, was not going to be a triple carry draft, didn't end up being true. But they also play so fast and loose. There are like multiple engages there where people are just like, let's go in, see what happens. And they still win. It's so annoying! How do they keep getting away with it?
I don't know. It's your guys' job to explain this to me. How do they keep getting away with it?
So yeah, I mean, I think their focus in the team fight is just so awesome. Like, especially, like, how is he even good on set as well? He knows exact angle to be there as a set. Like, his ultimate was just on point.
And he used to play the set mid, right? Back when it was meta in, I want to say 2021.
Yes, but I don't see him like putting the practice session on set.
It just doesn't matter, right? Like, that's the annoying part. And what we want to highlight is because this initially looks like it's a composition that doesn't have a lot of threat. Yeah. But I also want to remind everyone, I think the new Cassante...
Oh, look at the dodge!
The new Cassante in fights actually is, funnily enough, a much bigger threat if you don't focus him. I think he's way less tanky. But as you can see here, both Set and Cassante have so much innate sustain. Set with his passive as well as with his W, Cassante just from getting continuous spell rotations in his ultimate. So if you don't win the fight immediately, you're not going to win in a long rotation. And Ruler, by the way, is just kind of there firing free shots.
I mean, I feel like it's really not on their champions. I feel like the Genji, they're just really good on how do they play with their HP. You know, like if they are low, they're like baiting them to come in, and like you just flash in, like and just like fight back, and it doesn't make sense. You know, like the champion doesn't matter. I guess like Genji is just so good in the team fights, like especially with Ronaldo.
Is this an answer to the Sejuani Ione composition on the blue side? This isn't a real answer.
So
I need you to tell me it's a real answer, please.
Well, I think Gen G thinks it might be. Like, I don't think they would play this without any reason. I don't think they're that type of team that will just be like, ha, let's just pick random stuff. We also know that the Smolder we have already seen come back. I would not be surprised to see that be pulled up by Gen G once playoff rolls road into the Yone. Because Yone is one of the big limiting factors when it comes to drafts, right? We've seen Yone against a lot of players, Zeka, Chovy himself, are really good examples of players where you need to permaban the Yone. BDD is another. If you can free up that space, it gives you a lot of flexibility in drafts. So I think we're getting to the point in the lead up to playoffs where teams are going to try and play around that.
Well, here's the final fight as after the first two Drakes that Bro got, it was a lot of Infernal Drake stacking for Gen G, but it was the sustain that kept Canyon alive here.
Yeah, and again, Gen G already knew that they're in control, so that's why Canyon is actually baiting them once again. He had the Zonias, he had the flash, so that's why it looked so dangerous, but in fact it's not. Like Gen G already knew that the fight is gonna happen, so that's why Duro could cover Nidalee. And yeah, especially I really like the Chovy build as well.
So here, his W with full grid stack would do about 2,900 damage. He's not even that low. He was at like 30%. 2,900 true damage.
True damage, yeah.
It's great. And that's actually, I think, looking at that comp, it's very easy to look at it as the casters were highlighting, and I think that was our expectation as well. As a comp that lacked damage, but Chovy, with the mathematically correct set build, the amount of AD that he was getting also helped a little bit by the fact that they got, a triple at least? Infernal Drakes. It was disgusting.
I mean, the reason why Gen G is the only one team that this comp look good is because they are just really good on the champion. You know, like the mastery of the champion is just on the another level. So that's why like Chovy and Gen G itself, it looks so good.
Gen G, 1 game win away from a perfect series season, but the Bros, it's a new regime. It's time to tax up again. Will they be the ones to stop history? Let's find out for game number 2.
And this just in, Digon, we do have some of the cash rolling in, so we have reached at least almost parity with what we spent on the last game. So we're almost in the black again, but it was an over-indexation into not doing much winning.
I will say something as well.
What's that?
I have given a lot of grief to Egon for not paying Bro tax in terms of his predictions. He did this time. He did predict Bro to beat Gen G. He paid the prediction Bro tax for this match, and he was a contributor to the cause. So thank you to him for his service.
Yep.
And hopefully that can get them through this tough time. They are now on the blue side again. Thank you, Bro tax, for that. Definitely not because they lost the last game.
I also just got my Bro tax in while you were speaking there, Ox. So back on the blue side, the Bros just shake it off. Bit of Taylor Swift, and we'll see whether they can just get back on the horse and make this happen. That abomination, the horror of that composition is not going to come back to bite them anymore. So we'll see whether they can utilize this in order to pick up a win. As Pantheon's in, going to remain the bans. Vicalista and Wukong were the bans for Gen G. Will we see a change? Is Skarner maybe not going to be the priority ban here, but we will see.
Yeah, we'll see what gets changed up here. So now banning the Azir this time.
Why ban Azir when Talia is available? That's my little question.
We'll see. We'll have to see what they have figured out. Skarner left open and available though, so perhaps Canyon could end up playing that if it just goes through.
Trundle. I kind of like this. Take away the Scion possibilities and things like that.
Wukong and Skarn are both open, so maybe trying to force...
Wait. No, this gives the Sion opportunities.
Yeah. They are... So they picked the Talia, but they banned...
Azir.
Yeah.
What do they mean by this?
Gwen now open, and the thing is, Morgan not really a Jace player, and Rumble is gone.
And you can't play tanks into Gwen. Because she just kind of cuts them down.
Guys, more Brotax right now, please.
We need a lot more Brotax. Last time, the draft was looking pretty good. Talia is strong, but we had a bit of a hiccup. You can really see that there isn't quite as much left in the coffers as there was in the previous game. As Gwen Wukong...
Guys, I'm looking for more Brotax. Guys, more Brotax right now.
Yeah.
Guys...
I don't know what the Brotax is going to look like when these champions are locked in. But it needs to be something that makes us go, ah! I get it now.
Yeah. I feel like the jungle pool's been pinched so heavily already in this situation. I mean, Jack's top, honestly, as far as picks goes.
I mean, Sedge doesn't feel great.
Sedge is already gone.
Oh, wait, yeah. Never mind.
But I think the Jax, you know, this was like the old school counter to Gwen. So I think as far as it goes, it's a pick that Morgan's definitely comfortable with. Decent into the Gwen, not bad into the Wukong. So I think fair to pick up. You could honestly go like, I was going to say Poppy, but Poppy was taken away game 1 as well in the support role, so...
Is it like Nocturne, Viego? Okay, Nocturne it is.
Nocturne comes out.
Does feel like this was the last possible option.
Yeah.
What they wanted, and it's just an Ahri.
Ahri pretty good into Talia and also able to outplay Nocturne. My one concern as well is that, like, in terms of Nocturne ulting targets, nothing good yet. You kind of want to force Ruler onto something that's good to ult.
Well, he can't play Ezreal.
He can't, but he can play Xayah. But I feel like on blue side here, it's like you kind of want to ban Alistar.
Yeah, you almost have to.
And then it's like, do you ban Xayah? But then Senna's open, and Senna...
Well, you have to ban Rakan as well. Because there's no Poppy. There is a Talia, right? So playing Rakan into Talia is hard, but like, the Rakan Wukong is so strong.
It is very strong. But I think, it's tough. I think you probably ban Alistar here, and then it's a tough call.
Edgar, you can see Edgar is feeling a little bit up against the wall, as the Xayah going to be the first thing to be taken away. You already indicated as to why that would be big priority pick for Ruler.
Do you just have to ban this? Because the problem with the Senna is even though Senna's immobile, if you ult and Senna E's, you can't ult onto it.
Oh, yeah, true.
And then they banned the Alistar. Okay, great, just ban Senna, you're fine.
All right. Kind of offering a little bit back here is Gen G.
Yeah, you do not want to play in the Senna. It's really, yeah, great. Cool, chill. I think things are feeling a little bit better as a result of that.
I feel like Ruler wanted to play something else. I wonder what that is.
Yeah. We'll see. They seem to be talking to him. It seems like he might end up picking it up. His pick now.
Yeah, I expect support counterpick could be the option here. Unless Duro just wants... Okay.
Oh, the Nico.
That's a Nico. They want to like deny Braum already.
They could go like Nico Kai'Sa. But save the Kai'Sa and have the Nico now.
It does deny Braum. Braum we've seen have a lot of power, and we've seen a lot of teams, especially here in games 2 and 3, look towards Lucian Braum at particularly this spot.
Yep.
So it's going to feel a little bit less good. They are still looking at it.
They don't care.
Oh my
They'll do it anyway. I feel like a lot of the support options end up feeling uncomfortable. They're looking towards the Nautilus anyway.
Okay.
So they lock that in. Do they just go Kai'Sa Nord and deny it?
I mean, the composition does work around a Kai'Sa type situation. There is a lot of dive.
Also means you can pick up his Zhonya's and feel less bad about it, which works well into what Gen G have.
True.
Gonna go for the Lucian though?
The Lucian Nautilus.
Okay, I think you now know that like you can just pick Kai'Sa into this because Lucian's not... You're not playing against like a long-range thing that's going to bully you out of the lane, so I think Gen G's composition is pretty good.
Well, do you know what this is? This is called reverse psychology. You try something the first time around, they're like, oh, we've shoehorned Gen G into a composition that doesn't look that good on paper. the opposite happens, right? They look great. You know, these picks look designed for these players, and they make you look silly. What if we just did the opposite thing? What if we gave them all of the best meta champions in every single role outside of maybe the Kai'Sa isn't necessarily top of that one at this point in time, and then they're not as good? Maybe that's the bro reasoning. Certainly sounds like the bropium.
Yeah, that's
coming out right now, because I don't
sound a
know
little bit
how
like
much
what
I can-
Degon would be saying right now.
I can't really justify it. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a real rough situation here for the bros.
I think for me, looking at the drafts, really looking at this Nocturne, Talia, and what they can get done on the map, because
hey,
oh, that's
thanks,
so
guys.
sweet. That's so nice.
What does the W stand for in Wcast? It stands for whack. Thanks, G-Sun. She came in and let us know. We're a bit whack.
We are a bit whack. That's so true.
It stands for wacky, doesn't it?
We are quite
We're
wacky.
a bit wacky. We were talking mainly about tax fraud in the last game. We'll see whether we're going to be talking about that again here in this game, or whether the bros are going to be able to turn around a difficult game one against the undefeated Gen G. Top of the riff. See how it goes.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Oh my god, Ox, you'll love this one.
Yep.
So, Cruz's Villa said that actually the W stands for Wuffy Tuffy.
That's so great.
That's actually perfect.
I love
Actually
that.
perfect. Huge
And you know
W
what?
in the chat, guys.
I think after this draft, bro might be in for a Wuffy Tuffy.
It's looking like they're already in a Wuffy Tuffy, based on what we saw in the previous game, Ox.
Yeah. Oh, Keen went
미니언들이
Ignite as well.
생성되었습니다.
That's cheating.
Base,
You know?
base skin Kai'Sa?
Wait, what?
That is insanity.
You know what? Maybe that's what the bro tax paid for.
What, the Jackie Love skin that just feels way better to play?
They like took the skin off Ruler. Ruler loads in, he's like, oh, I don't have my skin.
Wait a second.
Oh, man.
Well, Duro is just going to... Look at that. Bit of extra wave control. Love to see that.
Because I just can't comprehend the prospect of someone not taking...
I know. But you are like one of the world's biggest Jackie Love fans, so...
Sadly.
There's a few... so there's a few reasons why you wouldn't understand.
Oh, tough esports, so this stand. Oh, man.
It was a rough time. And you're an LCK commentator. That's the worst part. Is that it still hurts. Even if he hasn't been in the LPL for quite some time.
Yeah. It's fun to watch, you know.
Yep. Oh, believe me, I know. I've been there.
You know what? Have you ever just, like, for some reason it's on your recommended on YouTube and it's just like...
Oh, it's like what... if it's on, it'll come up immediately after any other video. We've got a bit of an engage here towards the bottom side. Hype getting taken
But I
down
just mean it's like Trainwrecks compilation 2020
Oh, no.
thing, and I'm like, oh! And then for some reason there's like a Top Esports International clip
and you
in there.
You just thought that you were going to watch trains.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, that's pretty sad for the trains as well. They're kind of majestic machines.
Yeah.
Did you have a trains collection when you were a kid? I feel like that's an English boy thing to have.
I didn't.
You didn't? I did. Model trains.
That's pretty nice.
Loved it.
Yeah.
So my dad built me like a train track for the model trains. It was the best.
That sounds great, honestly.
Yeah, it was really, really
I'm a little jealous, actually.
Oh, sorry about that.
But I can't really... I say that and it makes it sound like I didn't... Like, I had a lot of Legos, so I can't complain.
Oh, which ones were your favorite when you were a kid?
Star Wars Legos.
Oh,
man.
yeah, they're just the best.
Oh, they're so good.
And I'm having a son, and I haven't built my Collector's Edition Millennium Falcon yet. I'm going to save it until he's of the appropriate age. And we're going to build it together, and it's going to be the greatest father-son thing to do ever.
Which is obviously going to be when he's 6 months old, and he's crying, and you're like, be quiet! And you're building
Shut up, I'm looking for the piece!
Stop drooling on the pieces!
No, I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. We can't risk him eating the pieces. Because then I wouldn't have the piece for my Millennium Falcon. That's all right. Keen is in trouble. He is getting scared, and you can see why. That is the Lord picking up the first blood. And that's really nicely done.
You know what? It happened last game, it happened this game. Bro tax towards the early kills. goes a long way. And the wave state, pretty good. It will be a TP from Keen, though, to make up for it, but this is kind of the trade-off. He has that early ignite, doesn't have a more defensive summoner. And just a great angle. Keen trying to get the wave push in. A good trade from Morgan, followed in by that stun, the flash from Croco to secure.
And it's like a gank working for a Nocturne, sub-level 6 as well, which is kind of huge.
I feel like when there's a Nocturne, I'm like, okay, I kind of measure whether this pick has been successful by how his first ult goes. Like, you get like a kill for his first ult, great.
It's the old
solid.
Twisted Fate adage, you know?
Exactly. You're going to kill before your first ult? I'm like, oh, we're in business, baby.
Yeah. And then that first ult gets a whole lot more scary as well. Picks up a Phage. Keen is, this wave state not looking fantastic, and it doesn't look like a swap is going to be answered here on Gen.G's side. A very early one, in fact, for the Bros as they get this top lane towards, this bottom lane towards the top side. And Morgan just going to try and weather the storm here towards the bottoms. Oh, no! Oh, no. It was a +1 day. Ruler.
Oh,
yeah, well,
and another I mean, to be fair, that one was denied.
Yeah, that's a bit different. We're not blaming the Lord for that.
But like the lack of
Ruler.
skin on Kai'Sa, the cannon missed.
Oh, that's what it was. The fluidity of the auto attack meant that he couldn't actually get it off in time.
Look, the bro agents, they're doing a lot of work right now.
Yeah. Well, some plates do go over as Canyon is looking for this first dragon.
Yeah. They will be sacrificing this dragon with this swap towards the top side. Morgan not having a fun time, but does have that TP if he wants to replenish the health. They are looking for a dive here, though, on Keen. He has Ignite.
Yep, they're stacking this wave up. They know exactly what's going on. This Nocturne walked over a ward. He's level 5. They're just going to walk up to Keen. Let's see whether Keen can outplay this. It's going to be real difficult as Chovy comes over. This might save it as Keen, underneath this turret, he's so incredibly low. Hype is going to be able to pick up the kill, but the turret gets mad at him. Chovy now in a whole host of trouble himself, and down he will go. The dive could not be better by the Bros. And it's 2 kills as well as a bunch of plates, and in good standing for these grubs coming up.
You know, there's a thing we have in Korea when you go to the shops and they have an offer, 1+1.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of those, you know. You're looking to buy something, you're looking to get
You just wanted 1 cheeky Snickers and you just walk away with 2 of them.
That's it, right? Chovy comes in trying to save his top laner. And bro, the flash from Polu, great to dodge the charm, otherwise he would have just gone down. They drop the aggro, Hype picks up the kill, he disengages, tanks up that 1 hit, and then they just play it slow and calculated. Beautifully played. Closer following Chovy, the critical aspect.
Yep.
And another great start to the game for Bro.
And also, like, this is exactly what Talia loves to do, right? Moving into side lanes. And Chovy getting first roam is impressive, right? But then Weaver's Wall will always be able to get you there in time. So beautifully done by the Bros. That is 3 swift kills locked down for them in trade for just that dragon. The Canyon was indeed able to lock down. Still, 250 gold the advantage here for Morgan. About a kill's worth here for Croco as well, who now has the ultimate. So Paranoia is up and he's already got 3 assists.
And as well, he now has 2 ultimate hunter stacks already. So that often what happens is you ult, goes on cooldown, you might get an ultimate hunter stack, so next ult is shorter cooldown, but like his first ult, the cooldown's already going to be lower than it typically would be. That's actually pretty big. You know, getting those ultimate hunter stacks early on makes a big difference to how frequently you have it available. So really solid start to the game. Croco getting a lot of value, and overall things really positive for Bro so far.
Yep, getting closer and closer to item number 1 as well. And I don't even mind. Like, he can hex plate, he can stride break, he can do whatever he likes. He could turn that Phage into anything, and I would be very impressed by the way Croco's playing this. And Keen, you don't have that many options of what you're going to turn a Phage into, by the way, but still, anything he likes. Keen does get the cannon. There we go. I was so worried about that.
He's doing good. You know, Bro, no. They need to make good use of these funds, right? Need to be securing this money. Gen.G are posturing to contest this, though.
Yeah.
Morgan has no TPs walking over.
Oh, there is the smite from Croco. He makes things dark, but the Pop Blossom is going to get spell shielded, but Hype does get picked up. Now Croco able to dive on top of Duro, who's tanking up a lot. It does eventually go down, but that is just the support. In trade for 3, I think Gen.G are happy about that one, and Keen looking for his revenge. Hype forced to flash away, and he will get himself out of the pit. Now Canyon just goes over and takes the remaining grubs and calls it a day.
Well,
was Ruler not there the whole time?
No, and that didn't go so good for Bro.
Yeah.
So Polu goes for Chovy, and then Chovy lands a charm, and they kind of just explode him very quickly, and then they just turn on a closer, and he kind of dies too. And in the meantime, we saw Croco kind of die to the Pop Blossom plus Keen combo.
Yeah.
And Morgan was walking over. He was nearly there. Nearly.
And Ruler wasn't walking over.
No, he was farming.
Yeah. All right. So a sub-good outcome here for the Bros. Around the Grubs.
Yeah. At least Hype didn't die.
Hey, true. So he did have to flash, but he didn't die. He also got 2 of those kills from earlier on. Didn't have a bounty or anything like that. As you can see, gold is still very, very even between these 2 squads. I'm just a little bit worried for the Bros because I feel like this is a very brawly composition from Gen G, and if things start to get messy, I think that's exactly how this composition likes to play the game.
Yeah.
As we kind of just saw a little bit. As Void Seeker will find. And Polo is going to walk out of that brush. Okay, what is it? So what are we going to see here from Bro to really solidify an advantage here in this game?
I think, again, you just need to play around numbers advantages because you have the tools to set that up. You know, you have a lot of pick potential, you have a lot of burst potential. If you're opting into scenarios like that was an even numbers fight. And I think those are the scenarios where you're going to lose out because, quite frankly, Wukong Ahri, you know, really powerful in those 5v5s. Ahri, not Ahri, Nico too.
Yep.
And once they get the resets, it's not a good time. So I think opting into those 5v5s is dangerous. Better than that, just find someone isolated and bully them. I think that's the best case scenario for this team, especially because the gold is now even. You no longer have that advantage at the before.
Play it like a pick comp. Shave Splitter is actually so handy here for Duro. Allows him to check a lot of things. As there is another Phage item completed here. As the Trinity Force does come down. We generally frown at Hex Platers, but Croco, he's going to get a pass, even though he did die in that last team fight. Still has been playing this game quite well.
He does have three Ultima Hunter stacks and the Hex Plate, so his ult is a very short
He might be able to use it like a dash on Ambessa. That'd be very fun. As Polo, not as fun. He's going to get taken down to 300 health. Hype, no one to really cull, but still, that is going to be the Dragons evened out. Oh, Infernal Soul.
Okay.
Here in this game, number 2.
Now, Bro, just because the Infernal...
yeah.
You need to start prioritizing these. Last time, they saw an Infernal Soul and said, not for us.
Yeah, and what they also did was they took the first 2 dragons and it looked like they knew exactly what they wanted. They were taking the objectives and then they just didn't take an objective for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And so we need more than 2 objectives to be taken in this game.
I agree. I think sometimes, look, I'm going to be real, sometimes people think analysis needs to be complex, really insightful. Sometimes it can be simple.
Sometimes, like, don't die, Morgan, please. He is not going to be able to do anything about that.
You know what, Max? You're correct. He shouldn't have died there.
See? I can do the simple analysis. I've got that one nailed. Morgan dead, ungood.
Yep.
Ruler getting jumped on here by Hype. Also not feeling very good about that. Did only have to invest the ultimate and his barrier. So holds on to the flash. There's at least that.
Yeah, so he managed to
Was that a cleanse?
That was a ghost.
It was a ghost, never mind.
Yeah, did the runny fast.
Yeah, I was like, if it was barrier, that would have been a bit weird because he is Kaiser. So. And he got a little funny.
Yep, so Polo gonna help clear the wave out, and we do have Herald in 2 minutes. We'll see if Bro still have the appetite for objectives at that point of the game. A little bit touch and go on whether they will, but we're hoping.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I
Bro tax still needs to come in, by the way. I can see some purple text, but not very much more. So, oh my god, someone just asked in chat, by the way, what skin is that for the Kaiser? 100% agree. I haven't seen this one in years.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen this one in a long time.
I know. Oh my god. Last time I saw it was like in a cinematic, I'm pretty sure. This one's the shiny one.
Oh, that's a cool Kaiser skin.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool Kaiser skin. I think we call that Nico Kaiser, or definitely not Kaiser.
Oh, yeah.
That skin line's fantastic.
Oh man, you know what they should do? They should just, I mean, that would kind of give it away. But they should make it so every single time Nico like turns into a champion, they just have like a little mustache.
Yes!
And so if you zoom in really close, you can tell, but why would you be zooming in really close?
True. Like, that'd be crazy.
Yeah.
But maybe, like, yeah, you like, if you're really good at playing against Nico, you just play full zoom the whole time. It's Oblivion style. You're just playing, like, first person. Oh,
you ever played a game of League of Legends, like, fully zoomed in on your character?
Yes. It wasn't very good. But I did have a very immersive experience, and I do like that, as Keen is going to have an immersive experience into the Death Chamber. Here is Closer is going to close in on him. He might be able to do a bit of damage here to Morgan, but he's not. So down goes the Gwen. They return the favor.
Good answer back. Sort of picks we want to see. Closer finding an angle there. Oh, Canyon not going to find an angle.
Yeah, a little bit late on the teleport there as Chovy just tries to pick up the wave.
Morgan's out. Morgan's out. Morgan's out.
Yes. He's out.
Okay, safe. Has the Strike Force and base will pick that up. What champion did you play in this zoomed-in game?
Mordekaiser.
Cool. That's a great choice.
Yeah, always. He does. And this was old Mordekaiser as well, so I got all of those particle effects from that shield.
Oh, man.
Oh, they were fantastic.
Juicy.
As Rift Herald is being taken picture-in-picture, and we are going to see yet another fight. This time, everyone's here. The flash comes in. Oh, that's a phenomenal shove back there from Closer, but the answer is even better from Genji. Hype gets interrupted. He's so far forward as the Acathian rains down, but Morgan, he doesn't get anyone with the counter-strike, and now he's just looking silly as Ruler gets yet another one, and Closer is the last man standing. It looked like a decent start to the fight for the Bros, but ended like a horror story.
I feel like Bro were looking for the cool fight, and Genji were looking for the good fight, and the good fight was a lot better than the cool fight.
Oh no, but it was less cool.
Yeah, I mean, Polo finds this great angle on a Chovy where he redirects the ult on Trim. They focus him down, he gets picked off, but they lose 2 in return. And Hype, look at this dash to try and but then he's on top of a Wukong. He's like trying to follow him with a culling into melee range of a Wukong.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know,
at that point, like, you understood why he did it.
Yeah.
But then after the fact, you're like, wow, you shouldn't have done it.
They're like focusing down the carries, and they're like, look at our target selection, and they're like, but you're dead.
You know? Yeah. And the problem is that there's 4 carries.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Oh, I know this pose from Degon. This is his stressed pose.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no!
The camera
the camera swap was not what we needed. And then he goes to look back. Does he even, like, I don't even know whether he has a face.
He's traumatized. Oh. I'm traumatized.
Oh dear. That was actually perfect. Because, like, that only makes him more depressed, you know? It really does fit the vibe. It's all right. At least he's getting a good stretch. Don't turn to look at the camera. You know that we're going to switch. Just try and look back. Yeah, try. Oh, there it is. There, we see him this time.
He does have a face.
I really kind of thought we'd get the switch back again.
Just keep going back and forth for the whole game.
Yep. As that is the game. I like how you talk about like Degon being like Degon and the cameraman is the new game that we're going to be focusing on.
Yeah.
This one is just making Degon sad. So we're making a new one. It's only 2,000 gold. Genji are going to look for their second dragon of the game, but it's not a sole point. There's bropium to be had here. I've seen some canisters.
Another Infernal Dragon for Genji. Bro, yet to get an Infernal Dragon in this game. You may think, well, maybe we haven't had an Infernal Dragon in this game. No, we've had a lot. We've had a lot of Infernal Dragons in this series.
We have.
And Bro, we've even had a good amount of dragons in this series. No Infernal Dragons, though.
They've had 3 dragons. Yes, you're exactly right. Closer decided he wanted to get out, and Chovy said no.
Yeah, he didn't.
He's so charming. He just convinces Closer to stick around.
He didn't know you were there.
And he just Weaver's walled into a guy that can just hitch a like really. It's like he was on one of the old trains, right? And he just took an umbrella and just hooked him off. Fox is dying. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a thing happening here on the top side of the map as Croco does manage to kill Keen.
Oh, it's all gone.
But it's a double kill for Duro.
Oh, it's a wuffy tuffy.
It's a wuffy tuffy indeed.
Oh my god. Oh no 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 no.
Oh no no no.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
All right. Well, we've got the Wukong's gonna drive Shelly into another turret.
You know what?
Ruler is keen to go home, I think.
It was a fun day. It was a.
Sometimes we're here for a fun time, not a long time, and it's not a long. Look at that. He just. Yeah, he even managed to question mark ping.
But like it was good
in the
reaction,
middle of that.
But he was unaware. He was just like,
yeah.
What?
Yeah. He actually just said, "What is this?" Yeah. Yeah, and Duro said surprise gift. Oh dear. And here is Duro going for the engage towards the top side, and it was Duro's ping. So as just before Duro went for this play, he question mark pinged the bottom lane and then went for the counter dive in top.
I love how locked in Gen G are. The automatic charm response from Chovy and the automatic ping response from Duro.
Yeah. The ping was like almost at exactly the same time as the charm. That was what was so impressive about it. They both react. Oh my god, speaking of which, the charm can it connect onto Hype. Chovy going for a bit of a drive-by here as the resets are starting to come in. There's another one. And Gen G really starting to look like the playing with the food has begun.
Oh. You know what I just noticed, Max?
What did you just notice?
So if you actually look at the top of the screen, so Bro...
Oh, God, okay, I'm doing it again.
Yeah, so Bro... No, not that. If you look,
okay.
Bro are 5 and 12, and Gen G are 17 and 0. I didn't...
Oh!
That explains it. So it makes sense now.
We have really been talking to Digon a little bit too much about this, haven't we?
See, I thought Bro were favored in this matchup, but I'm starting to... Yeah, this...
I mean, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Morgan uncontested taking a turret.
True, actually. Morgan's popping
I think
off.
Morgan is definitely in an even matchup.
Yeah. This is a little bit of a Morgan dip.
Yeah, but the team, it's a different story. As Canyon, he's scared of Morgan. You just saw that, right? The scared Yuumi.
Yeah.
And he's just going to take Otacon for free. As we say it. Oh, dearie.
Yeah. It's a good charm from Chovy.
I remember that moment when you said, oh, no, no, no. That really did sum up not only this team fight, but the series thus far.
Yeah. You know what? I just think it's beautiful how they just gave us a healthy helping of hope.
They did.
You know, they really took us for a ride. They really made us believe.
You had us in the first half, not gonna lie.
Of both games as well, you know, they brought us back in.
That roam to the top lane from Closer, that dive, that was so beautifully orchestrated from the bros, and then they were like, well, we've shown you that we can do it. Don't need to do anything else, you know?
Yeah.
Will they get an Infernal Drake this game, though? That might be something that they can achieve.
You know, sometimes when the game goes out the window, there should be a new objective. And I think that should be their objective, to get an Infernal Dragon this series. It was too difficult for them last... Well, I don't know if it was too difficult. It wasn't on their minds last game.
Yeah.
And I think it should be their goal this game.
We should put it onto their mind.
Yeah, someone suggested to them.
Yep. Someone should suggest to Ruler that perhaps the Jackie Love skin is actually the way to go. Because our viewers are getting confused about this weird Kai'Sa skin that he's using.
Yeah, it's very purple. Did a purple team win Worlds and pick Kai'Sa?
Yeah, it's almost like she looks like a Void character. It's super weird. Hi,
oh,
Digon.
This is our Kai'Sa expert, Digon, who's going to give us some insight.
So which Kai'Sa skin do you use? You use
he,
the base skin.
He uses the oh, wait, is this... Did Bro win Worlds with a purple jersey at some point? Oh, no. Okay, it wasn't
Does
Bro.
Kai'Sa have a green skin?
Probably.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, the bros aren't going to get this dragon.
Whoa, don't speak too early. They could Nocturnal in and... No, I'm not going to get this one.
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
So the bros aren't going to get this dragon.
They have more... They have another chance. They have one more chance.
They do.
Okay.
I mean, they could get 3.
They could. That is opportunity.
It's just feeling like perhaps that is less and less likely, as Chovy, with 3 items now completed, is pretty scary on this Ahri.
Yeah, you also want Banshees, which is kind of unfair.
It is very unfair. It does mean that, like, when Croco's like, haha, I've got you, you can't see him. It's a bit sad.
Yeah. Hype. A little spooky.
All right.
A lot of spooky. Oh, Polu.
Okay, Polu goes in. I don't know what I was talking about by the current.
How come they're playing so far up and aggressive? The guy's Dragon died 30 seconds ago.
Yep, Chody goes in, finds the point-blank charm, and down goes the Nautilus. And there is the paranoia. Keen just says, I don't care about your seismic shove. You're going to have to just get out of there. And they do. We're not fighting for really anything at all.
That's what, like, Dragon, it was a minute ago. Dragon died a minute ago, and now they're, like, playing up.
Maybe because Bro haven't got enough Bro tax, they spend it all in game number 1. They don't have timers. They just couldn't afford to watch.
So they think the Dragon's spawned.
Yeah, they were like, it's time to get Dragon, guys. I just need to wind it up.
That would explain a lot.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they're just kind of like, you know what, we want to be mid right now. And Genji are like, okay. Well, we want to kill right now.
Breaking my brain.
Yeah, bye, Polu. Chovy is 6 levels above him. That's without Rod of Ages, which normally gives you the cheap extra level. That was a better wall from Closer. They did have vision of him, so it was a good wall to get out.
He did manage to get himself out of the way of that one, as Duro is thinking about ganking, but he is by himself. Actually, he's not thinking about ganking. He's just defending his team because they're taking Baron.
Yeah. Ooh, they don't have a blue trinket.
All
they're
right.
RTP and they know they're going.
Chovy will once again find that point-blank charm, and the Baron is just gone. There's the Pop Blossom. It's only onto 1, but it's onto the priority target, and Closer will go down. Morgan gets into the back line. The Cyclone's there, though, and Morgan is trying to get out and is denied. Oh my god, the damage from this composition is absurd! And it's Polu that dies last in the fight. That's just how good the target selection is here for Genji. They'll take the ace alongside the Baron, and they will look to finish off this round robin 18-0 here in LCK 2025, and will undoubtedly be the best team in LCK after this regular season, and looking like formidable opposition heading towards the road to MSI.
Even the final bosses of the Bros, with all the Bro tax in the will behind them, couldn't take them down. Genji, once again, breaking records and just showing what they can do. So much focus, so much talent in this roster. And once again, just really demonstrating how powerful this team is.
My god, that was, a bit of a masterclass there from Genji. I think that they are developing a whole lot more awareness of the blue shells that could be coming their way. I feel like the amount of preparation for this Bro series compared to some of the others is a lot higher. And it felt to me like perhaps the KT series went to the wayside when they were focusing on the Bros.
Yeah.
That might have been it. That might have been why we got such a competitive one against KT earlier in the week. As Canyon feels like the Polar Bear is coming out just in time for the playoffs as well. And this guy, Chovy's just really scary.
He's really good.
Yeah, really good.
Really good League of Legends. Yeah, I mean, I think it's no real surprise when Genji are looking really good. But I think just the fact that it's like an 18-0, I think if the expectation would have still been really high for them if they'd had a couple of stumbles here and there. Like we've seen them before have some stumbles, drop some series, especially considering there's a lot of, they changed the bot lane, they brought in a less experienced support than they've had for a while. They still just look amazing. Juro's been fantastic, Chovy's been in fantastic form. And not every player's been in like fantastic form for the whole of these 18 series, but for the most part, they've been looking great. And going into the road to MSI qualifiers, they will be matching up against HLE to try and get that first seed, and undoubtedly looking like the favorites.
Yep. I feel like the player that has shown the most consistency has been Keen. And Keen is just low-key had a very, very good season. His Cassante in game number 1, absolutely outstanding. In this game, just wandered around and snipped people.
He did do a lot of snipping.
He did. And Genji finished this one off very, very quickly as well. That charm, the reaction time there from Chovy, as he was just wondering why. Which I think a lot of us were. And a few seconds later, this immediately followed. Yeah, this game, it did start a little bit slower for Genji, but it did feel a whole lot more convincing even than game number 1.
Yeah. But you know what? Maybe it's not about the wins for Bro.
No,
It's about the friends we made along the way.
Exactly. It really is. And the collection of bro tags as well, which they have done very, very well. We want to say thank you to everyone that donated. And we want you to know that even if the bros don't win, they still really appreciate the bro tags that you guys deliver to them, as this is the last team fight. A few exclamations there from Gen G as Morgan gets into the back line, and it was a bit more like, wait, what? This is a bit, yeah, almost easy.
And you know, they said, and I think you can always tell with Gen G, they're very locked in. They said themselves they care about these records. They wanted to go 18-0, and they proved it. You know, this is a huge achievement.
Yeah.
Not easy to do. We've seen before, like, you know, teams have made this 18-0 run. We've seen Gen G often get long records, but even they've before had like KT have an upset. It's hard to consistently, when patches change, still come out and put on these clean performances when so many teams challenge you. So it's so crazy.
And we've also seen teams find perfect seasons and then not manage to do that well if they do make it to MSI as well. So this is a sign that Gen G cannot let themselves get complacent. So let's have a look at who picks up player of the match. It is Chovy. 1.1k POM. When it was POG, getting over 1,000 points was impressive. And there was, you know, 2 wins in each game, and he has 1.1 in POM.
So many.
Yeah, it's a lot of player of the matches that he's picked up.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, normally being on a winning team means you have a higher chance of getting POMs because you can only get them in a win, right? So out of 18, you know, you can only get the series you win.
So he could have been on 1800 is what you're saying.
But I'm saying that, like, his teammate had 7 between the other 4, you know? He claimed 11 of those 18.
Does Ruler still have none?
No, he did get 1.
He got 1, okay.
So, like, the other 4 players have 7 to Chovy's 11.
Well, I mean, 7-11. It does make some sense, doesn't it? He's had an amazing season. Like, I think it does make a whole lot of sense that a lot of the, if in doubt, Chovies have come in. But this time, I do think that even in comparison to other incredible seasons that he's had, this is, yeah,
the thing
certainly
is,
the one to give him.
I think there's been times where, like, I've thought personally, I'm like, I'm voting for this person instead of Chovy, but I've never thought he hasn't deserved the votes he's gotten.
Yep.
He's always played so well.
Now preparing for his interview here. And so it is now time to throw it over to Dia for some interview translation, I'm pretty sure, or at least we're getting there. Getting very, very close. It was a little bit baited. But looking forward to seeing what Chovy's going to say about his road to MSI.
But I think it's a big one as well, because he'll talk about the fact he did get this big achievement.
Exactly. So let's hear from him now. Take it away, Dia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. Congratulations! With the 18th consecutive victory in the bag, Gen G has set a record for going undefeated across run and 2. So, thoughts on this milestone? You know, we were just so busy in trying to win, and just before I knew it, we were setting such a good record, and we went undefeated. So I'm just really happy, and it feels amazing. And in Game 1, mid-set, made an appearance comp-wise. What strength were you looking for? I don't think we've been seeing a lot of AD mid. And I think we have been practicing a lot of this AD like set mid, and I think we just saw a really good angle to pull him out today. So how was playing him on stage today? Despite some mistakes here and there, I think he's pretty decent. No, I just haven't been able to hit my W flash, so I'm just a little disappointed about that. After letting the opponent take their preferred Sejuani and Yone picks, it was impressive to see Gen G win trades, so despite some disadvantage, how did you come up with a game plan? Yeah, comp-wise, it could have gone bad, but I think we just had to make it work since we were able to team fight like how we usually do as Gen G. And you played on red side again in Game 2, so what was the key point of the draft here? for game 2 because the enemy banned Azir. I think it was just really in between Talia, and I think I just had to go with whatever we can counter Talia with in the end. And we're always curious about your itemization. Last time you went with Bloodletter's Curse with Ahri, and today you went with Banshees. So can you walk us through the item builds? Well, since the Liandry's got nerfed and a lot of the enemy's comp had a lot of AP, I just went with Banshees, but today I think I ended up going with Ionian Boots because I just didn't have enough money to buy sword shoes. So I think that was just spur of the moment decision making throughout the game. Across rounds 1 and 2, you only dropped 5 games. So how do you look back on this? I think when I look back, reflecting back, I feel like it's just tells us how well we did, and I think we just have to focus on all the matches that we have ahead of us. And you have taken so many POMs throughout. So did you expect to get so many? Yeah, I got 11 POMs out of 18, and I just didn't expect that I would get more than half, obviously. And I guess, whoever got the least POM, that player probably just has to step up. I wonder who that is. And as you know, only one spot is left in Legend Group. And depending on tomorrow's Nongshim versus D plus Kia, either KT or D plus Kia can join Group Legends. So any predictions? I think I need to do a good job answering this question. As a spectator, I just want to have fun watching. I just want some bloody, intense battle. Chovy is definitely looking forward to watching tomorrow's match. Now that you have finished undefeated, you will be participating in Road to MSI in Busan. So what mindset will you head in with? While going undefeated, it is a good result, but if we don't do well in Road to MSI, nothing really, it doesn't really pay off. So that's what we really need to focus on. That's the crucial part. So we will not let our guards down and we will prepare hard. And any words for your fans? Thank you so much for all the support, and please continue supporting us and look forward to us performing. And that's the end of the interview with Chovy, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. And y'all, I lost my house, lost my car, shed some tears, lost my Tibbers. It's over there now. But we made some memories as the final team that Gen G needed to beat for an undefeated season. It was a fantastic run here in rounds 1 and 2 for Gen G. 18 series wins in a row, and there's nothing you can do except you tip your cap to one of the most dominant teams we've seen in the LCK.
I would say Chovy is the GOAT in the regular season in the LCK. I can definitely say that. Like, his performance been consistent every single time when it comes to the regular split, and especially with the Fearless draft, I really like his creativity. Like, he's bringing up so many great ideas, and especially when it comes to you have to pick AD. We could see Viego or Seth. I want to see more of his pocket picks, especially when it comes to the BO5.
And I'm sure that will happen when we start going over towards the best of 5s, although they might not play that many. They might just play one with how they're looking right now until they go to MSI. But MSI, we'll see. I mean, it's important to note that even last year, when they were winning MSI, how many target bans there were towards Chovy, right? I feel like that's something that we often forget. But he was getting multiple target bans and getting visited by multiple people on his lane. He's just insane, right? And there is, of course, as you always talk about with Chovy, a tournament that is still looming very far at the end of the year, Worlds. But for MSI, I think Gen G are just looking incredible right now. And unfortunately, not even the best Blue Shell boys in the LCK could take him down.
Not even them, not even KT on the roller coaster up could do it either. There it is. 8 out of 13. None of the English broadcast. Global broadcast going elsewhere with their votes. So let's get to those comments. What did you have here for us, Cronny?
I was a Canyon voter because he had a perfect KDA for my perfect Pookie polar bear. I think he is the jungle goat, and I think that he is in great form at the moment. I do think that with Canyon style, when he looks good, he's always going to look amazing. But there are very few junglers that can be consistently as high impact as he is.
I cannot wait for the Korean broadcast side to try and translate Pookie polar bear. Ox going with the immortal polar bear. That one seems a little bit more straightforward.
If the roles were reversed, Ox would roast me for this.
Yes.
I'm not going to do that because I think that's petty.
Yeah, I mean, I voted for Roller because he's one of the reliable.
Well, this is good!
And it's reliable. Especially, do you remember when he played Ezreal in game 1? I think his support just straight up inting. Like, he just flashed on level 1, he died. But I think after that, like, even though you're not really good position in the bot lane, you're still able to get the priority in the bot lane. I think that's the reason why you like Ruler in the bot lane.
And Ruler also has really stepped it up. I think that he was one of the weak spots of Gen G at the beginning of the year together with Duro. So him kind of leveling up is a big deal. And the fact that, again, not guaranteed, but most likely, the 2023 and the 2024 MSI champions are going to go to MSI together, I think is kind of cute.
Let's take a look at the Korean broadcast side as Pony coming in with this one. Is this skill shot, is this Ezreal skill shot accuracy for real? Is it real? We
do really like our dad jokes.
Is it real?
Pony's pretty good at it.
Pony's really good.
You did great. I like Pony's movie references. The man clearly watches a lot of cinema, which I do appreciate.
I don't remember what it was. It was the Lucian gun one. Yeah, all right.
You guys need to watch Equilibrium, by the way.
Equilibrium, thank you. Chovy saying, bro, if I see it coming, it's not hitting me. Even the things that he didn't see coming, like the Nautilus hooks or the Talia wall from behind. Still able to land that one with the question mark ping. And Go with Chovy. Proactive champion and item choices. He is redefining the very concept of League.
He's a game warping player.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's one player in LEC who builds defensive item and plays really defensive at the same time, so you cannot really snowball even though you're really far ahead. But Chovy, I feel like he's the one, like, even like if you are building defensively, you put your position yourself like in a really dangerous position, so you can actually bait enemy into your team. So I feel like it's just being a Chovy being Chovy. It's not really about like only item build.
Yeah, it's really, as Woodit is highlighting, particularly because he's always out of the curve, the fact that he actually uses that base level of tankiness to make plays is amazing, as even the birds fall when Chovy takes aim. Prince getting poetic, which I think is a kind of a whiplash after his last comment.
He was romantic, then poetic.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that whiplash. I think it's...
Well, you could call it romantic or thirsty. I feel like both kind of apply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Prince. And just as a reminder before we take a look at the standings, that means this is the end of round 1 and 2 for the Bros. They will finish 5 and 13, tied with DRX, and the battle to make it to play-ins starts now. BNK, FearX, Bro, DRX, only one game separating them. They will all do battle against each other in the Rise group. But then the question is, who will join them? We will find out tomorrow. Will it be D+? Will it be KT? Or will it take a tiebreaker match on next Wednesday? It all matters on that final match, match number 90. If D+ win 2-1, there will be tiebreakers. If they win 2-0, D+ make it to the Legends group. KT will go to the Rise group. If they lose, it is KT making it on into the Legends group.
Literally couldn't be more perfect. And as mentioned, even at Hanwha Live BNK series, right now the implications aren't nearly as important, but the scores carry over. So even that match will matter in the long run. And let's not forget, a single game can be the difference, because DK didn't 2-0 DNF, right? Now they're in a position where they need to either win otherwise, if they would have won 2-1, they would have just gotten through.
Yep.
So a single game now for BNK could be what ends up getting them out of play-ins or inside of play-ins at the end of the year.
Yeah. Here's the
man.
breakdown yet again. In visual form, 2-1 win for D+ means tiebreaker, 2-0 win means they're in. Any other option, they are down to the Rise group. Y'all, it's been a great Saturday showdown set of matches. One more day remains before the end of round 2. We'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of round 2. See you later.
Makes me strong.